Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, good morning everyone. How is everyone doing at 8:30 this morning? It is an early start, yeah, so I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I brought some coffee, creamer, donuts for you guys to enjoy, so please help yourself throughout the rest of the next couple of hours. My name is Dustin, as you guys may or may not already know, and this is my friend and model, Alexis. Okay, so and then hey guys online, thank you so much for joining us today. If you have any questions, feel free to chat in. Eliza here is going to be manning that and then relaying it to me, so I'll be as helpful as I can. So please participate. I really enjoy when we're like a little bit more interactive and there's questions. It makes it a lot more fun for all of us.
And sorry, you're wearing a microphone, so you don't need to pretend.
Oh, right, okay, great. I don't have to yell at you. Yay.
Okay, I feel like, is everyone comfortable with Dustin Jones' mask?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, okay, so you're all gonna see my beet red face. And that's okay. Okay, so just a little bit about myself, I guess, just to start off the morning. I've been doing hair for some time in Vancouver. I've been an independent contractor behind the chair for about 11 years. And I pretty much started my hair journey like literally out of the womb. I remember being a little boy, probably about 3 or 4 years old, and my mom coming home with a perm and thinking, wow, like that's the world that I want to go into, not really knowing what that meant. You know, fast forward until I was about 17 and I came here to Vancouver. I did some hair like on friends, went to school, got my license, and that's how I started my journey. I've been an educator in the industry for about 12 years. I started at JCI Institute here in Vancouver as one of their instructors there. I was also a Gold Key instructor with Kevin Murphy. Yeah, you know, like I'm a hair nerd. I'm super passionate about hair. Everything I do in my life, aside from like cooking and my dog, is all about hair. And so today, why I'm here, so I was asked to do a demo or talk about bleach outs and lightening services surrounding all of that. Is that why I'm here, you guys? Because this is what you guys had asked for, right? Okay, great. So what do you think is the general public's preconceived notion of bleach outs or bleach? Yeah.
I find that a lot of people think that like they're like, oh, I want, because I have a bleach out. A lot of people are like, oh, I want your hair, and I'm like, you have to get it done every 6 weeks. And I'm like, really? And so I think a lot of the time they don't realize how high maintenance it actually is.
Yeah.
And how you need to protect your hair and able to like keep on doing it.
Yeah.
So I would say like that's a preconceived notion that like people think like, oh, I can get it done every 3 months if I wanted to.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. What else do we know? Yeah.
I saw your video about how you wanted to change the word around bleach.
Yeah.
I agree, because I feel like I've come across tons of clients that have this negative connotation. They hear the word bleach, I'm like, oh my god, damage. Whereas
Exactly.
you're going to lighten or whiten their hair, even if it's the same thing. Or you say, I'm putting lightener versus applying bleach in your hair. They're like, oh, okay. But if you say bleach, they get kind of like scared.
Exactly right.
Because they don't have the knowledge that like you can achieve healthy hair with a bleach out.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly right. I think that, you know, back in the day, maybe even a little bit before you guys were doing hair, technicians or hairstylists, they would like use 30, 40, 60 vol on the hair. Those, like 60 vol is no longer available in Canada. I believe it actually still is available in the US. I could be totally wrong, so don't quote me on that one. But yes, exactly right. It used to be this really harsh chemical service that we do on our clients that would give them this like white opulent hair. but then they'd go home and it would stretch and break and turn out to be frizzy because they didn't know how to manage it or they didn't have the right tools or products. So exactly what Ria was saying about changing the language that we use behind the chair with our guests. I think that the word bleach is something that we use in our laundry, a cleaning agent, something that's like harsh, gets the job done. I don't like using those terms behind the chair because I come from a place of the customer experience, right? So the customer, do you think that the customer experience is like maybe the most important thing in the salon? Would you agree? Yeah. What do you think contributes to our customers' experience? Language. What else? Educate. Okay, so does that mean like we are educating our guests? Okay, great. What else do you think that is? The outcome. Obviously, yeah, they're coming to get their hair done. So yeah, obviously the outcome. That's great. What else do we think that contributes to our customer? Body language. Okay, exactly right. So what we say, how we say it, what we do is going to affect our customer's experience, right? So that's going to start with our body language, our words that we use, the language that we give, and the education that we hand off to them. So what other language do you think that we could use behind the chair that is going to contribute to a positive customer experience when it comes to the services that we offer? Anyone? I said it in the class. It's the title.
Instead of bleachout, like global lightning.
Yeah, exactly right. I think global lightning service or a global platinum card, I think sounds a lot nicer. It sounds a little more luxurious. It sounds a little bit more expensive, right? It also just sounds that you have put some intention behind what it is that you're doing and what it is that you offer, right? So bleach out, global lightning service. Bleach wash or bleach shampoo. What about like decolorizing wash? That sounds a little bit more techy. Sounds like you know what you're doing. What other words do we use in the industry? Bleach, blank, that we could change.
Like bleach out?
Yeah, well, aside from bleach out. So we use bleach wash, bleach cocktail, bleach out. Lightning service, okay? Yeah, great. I think that's so great. I think the intention behind the conversation here is just to more about elevating your language. Someone's at the door. Yeah, elevating our language so that our clients are getting like a positive experience out of the service. What do you think is going to make for a successful service? Yeah?
Setting up expectations.
Setting up expectations. Okay, great. So let's kind of like backtrack that. Where does that conversation happen? In your consultation, exactly right. The number one thing, I would say maybe the second most important thing in the salon environment next to our customer's experience, or our client experience. I actually like to use the word guest experience. They're not my client, they don't belong to me. They are, however, a guest in my shop, and I'm gonna treat them as such. So let's go back. Consultation, the most important thing is going to be our consultation. What happens in our consultation? What are the things that we should be talking about? Okay, yeah, hair history, exactly right, kind of going through and looking at what's happening at our roots, mid-shaft, ends, exactly right. What else in regards to the hair history conversation? What kind of questions can we ask our clients to kind of get down to the bottom line?
Take-home products, what you use at home.
Okay, yeah, products, how and what do you use on your hair at home, okay.
How often you can afford to be in the salon.
Okay, so yeah, budget for sure is going to be another consultation. Yeah, let's go back to like the hair history aspect. Like when we are diagnosing our guest's hair and trying to determine what they've done to it or who. Okay, test strand for sure. I think test strands are important if you, if you're a little if you're unsure about what they're telling you, right? What kind of questions can we ask to kind of like read between the lines?
You done it at home.
Okay, do you do your hair at home? When was your last service at the salon? Yeah.
Gone lighter.
Sorry, what was that?
Box color.
Box color,
Have you gone lighter before?
right? Have you had lightener? Have you had a lightening service in your head before? That's great. Yep. I think another thing I think it is important to is when you're asking your clients, get them to talk more than you do, right? So asking open-ended questions. A really great question is, what was the worst experience that you've had when coloring your hair? Why the worst? It's kind of like when we're walking by an accident or we see something a little dramatic. We as humans have an innate ability to pay attention to what's happening there, right? We tend to walk by so quickly the positive things in our life, and we tend to focus, even for a little bit longer than the positive, on the negative things in our life. So when a client, they're going to remember that negative experience before they remember the most positive experience they had. So when they talk about the negative ones, you can actually read between the lines and kind of decipher what works and what really doesn't work. What else in our consultation is going to be important?
Realistic goals.
Okay, expectations, yeah, and the goals. Sorry?
Porosity of the hair.
The porosity of the hair. Okay, so that, I feel when we are diagnosing the hair, the porosity is going to be for our knowledge, not necessarily to reconvey to them that their hair is porous and etc. Exactly right. Yep. Yep. Okay, great. So yeah, so the hair history, expectations. What about the processes that you are going to take to get them to where they think they want to be? Do you think that's going to be important?
How many sessions?
Yep, sessions, sure, yep, exactly right. So yeah, so hair history, expectations, the processes that we use, the possible outcomes. I think it's important that we talk about what could potentially happen. Also, what we hope that does happen, right? Because some clients, they don't tell us everything, as I'm sure you may have experienced, right? You get into a situation, they've told you everything you think you need to know, you start your processes, and then all of a sudden, the ends are orange, and you're like, you told me you never have colored your hair before. Yeah, it's my natural color, exactly right. Yeah. Another thing too is important that I think gets missed a lot is the budget, that conversation around money, right? A lot of people have a hard time talking about money. And as humans, we're empathetic. So if we, through conversation and getting to know our guests, we maybe think that they don't have a lot of money. Or you know, they're a single parent and they've got 3 kids and they're working 2 jobs, but they're getting their hair done. So you feel something around all of that, right? Would you say that you do? Because I know that I do. As soon as I hear my clients, I kind of take that on a little bit. And then immediately I want to like maybe lower my price or like try to cut corners so that you know, we're spending, it's going to be less for them when they get to the front desk. So money and budget is for sure super important when it comes to these conversations in our consultation.
Can I ask something that just with your experience? Like I find in my consultation, I try to be very like transparent.
Yeah.
So sometimes if I think that the goal is unrealistic, I will say it, like obviously in a nicer way.
Yeah.
But like then I will go into explanation of why I think it's like unrealistic. So I'll tell them that like their hair is like, I don't use the word porous because I don't think they understand. So I will say like I'll blanket it and just pretty much say like it's just too damaged to get there right now. And then if they go through these processes that it can maybe get there. But I always tell them that, and I wonder, is there like, would you say that that's wrong to tell them that their hair is too damaged to do what they're asking?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No. So what you did positively is that you said, this is what's wrong, but this is what we can do to get you to where you want to be, right? You didn't just like say no.
Yeah.
You gave them a plan, right? That plan, giving them another option or putting them on a path, is contributing to what? The client experience, exactly right. Because the client experience is going to be the most important thing. You know, like, you can give them great hair, but if you said the wrong thing throughout your service, if you were like on your phone or on having a coffee in the back while they were processing and maybe they had a question and you weren't paying attention to them, you know, a number of things that you may think isn't a big deal, but to them is a big deal, and now it is contracting from their experience in our salon, right? So again, it's gonna be about coming back to them and giving them a positive experience. Yeah, okay, so any kind of, I think one other thing when it comes to our consultations, after all of those things, the expectations, the processes, the budget, the maintenance, the products that they use at home, after all of that, before you walk away from your guest, what do you think is gonna be, how do you finish that off? Exactly right. Recap almost everything in your own words so that you know and that your guest knows that you're both on the same page. I think that's going to be super important. And then that way it doesn't leave any kind of gray area, and then that you might have to come back to another conversation like in the middle of the service when something starts to come up. So exactly right. So hair history, going through the expectations, yes?
Do you do like consult forms often?
Yep. Consultation forms I think are great. It definitely helps break the ice and get you to ask open-ended questions about what it is that they want and what it is that they're looking for.
Sorry, maybe something that they like sign.
Okay.
A waiver.
So is that because you want to resolve yourself of like anything that could possibly happen?
Well, I know that we have them and we should do them often.
Yeah.
But I really only do them if I ever see like an issue that might come up.
Right.
Something that I hear is like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna get this in stone.
totally. I think that's very great. I think that's a very...
Kind of it. I don't really do them almost ever.
Yeah, I think those forms that when you get our guests to sign, you should at that point have done a really great job giving a consultation, giving them all of the knowledge, going through all of the potential outcomes. And then if you're like, I don't think this is a great idea, and they're like, yes, I want you to do it anyway, sorry, sign,
Yeah.
right? That's what you can do. But also feel empowered to say no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Feel empowered to say no, because it's not just their hair on the line, it's also your reputation as a stylist, right? You want, you know, with Instagram and social media, those are great tools to get the word out, but word of mouth is still the best way to, you know, get our stuff out there. Let's just make sure I've got everything here. Oh yeah, I try to be, like I like to think I'm a pretty funny guy sometimes, you know? Not always, but that's okay. But I wanted to tell a joke because I love dad jokes. So what is the difference between a Hippo and a lighter? And a lighter, a Zippo, sorry. Fuck, I just screwed it up. I'll tell you anyway. So what is the difference between a Hippo and a Zippo? One's heavier and one's a little lighter. Wah wah. There, now I'm your dad. Okay, so let's kind of just go through here. I'm just gonna do like a consultation here with Alexis. Okay, Alexis, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right, so you're here today because you booked in for a global lightening service. We want to take care of these roots, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, great. So I'm just kind of going through your hair here, and I can see that you have some like nice, clean, lifted up blonde, and then something happening here on your ends. It looks like a little warmer. Why don't you tell me about that?
Yeah, I bleached my hair and then dyed it orange at the beginning of last year.
Okay, so this is where this orangey, this warmth is coming from. Did you do anything to kind of remove any of that?
No, it faded pretty well.
Okay.
last time I got my roots done, she did a little bit of a bleach wash just to test it out, and it didn't really lift anymore, so we just left it.
Yep. Okay, great call. I find that, and then when you did it orange, was it like orange, artificial orange, or golden orange?
It was orange.
Orange. Okay, so that's probably more like a direct dye that was put onto your hair. Direct dyes, I don't know if you know, but what they do is they stain the cuticle. They don't actually go into this shaft. I mean, they can go into the center of the shaft of the hair, but it's generally more of a stain on the outside. Stains are really, really hard to remove without incurring like too much damage. So I can tell that probably in your last service that the color after you left the salon was probably quite cool in tone, maybe even a little silvery, probably like a little bit of a purple hint to it. Am I correct?
Yeah, it was quite silver.
Okay, great. So, and then you try to probably like do something with the ends of your hair to try to make it all match, correct?
Yeah, we did like a toner.
Okay. And then that faded out probably quite quickly. Okay, so are you okay today with our end result being something a little bit more neutral, warm than icy and ashy?
Oh yeah.
Okay, great. The reason I'm suggesting that is because, you know, ashies and cool toners after a fresh global lightening service, you know, you go home and you wash your hair and then 3 washes, your hair's back to being yellow. Right? Yeah, so why don't we work with the natural warmth of your hair as opposed to fighting it? I think that natural warm blondes, you know, you can still be like a level 9, level 10 blonde and it look like a nice buttery type of blonde, and it can be still quite bright and gorgeous. So I think that's going to be the goal for today. In your last color service or your lightening service, did anything happen? Anything that kind of stood out to you? Any kind of negative thing? Maybe your scalp was super tingly or itchy, or you experienced some breakage in your hair?
No, it was pretty standard.
Okay, great. Amazing. That's awesome. Did you have any kind of questions for me before we start our service today?
No questions.
Nice. So I actually wanted to touch, but you had said something earlier about getting your roots done every 6 weeks. Right. Okay, so I would agree with you. I think there's 2 schools of thought on that. I think when we're doing a global lightning service and you come out with roots, it's going to be really easy for us as technicians to apply lightener like right to your scalp, and then body heat takes care of the rest, and it's a pretty straightforward service. So I think that when we have individuals who have longer hair types that are a global lightening, like one solid light color, educating our guests to come in a lot sooner than later is going to be, firstly, easier for us, less time consuming, cheaper, right? Because you're using less product, it's taking less time for us to perform the service, and we aren't having to fight with any kind of like lines of demarcation on our guests' hair. So that is definitely worth having a more in-depth conversation with your guests about the type of services and the maintenance that is involved with these global lightning services. However, that doesn't always work for everyone, right? So then how do we mitigate those things in the chair, right? How do we avoid the overlap and still get our levels 6, 7, 5, 4 light enough to the 8, 9, 10 range without creating damage? Exactly right, foil. Yeah, so creating some kind of barrier that is going to help incubate and get more levels of lift. And then also, I'll show you a few different things that I like to use when I'm working with hair that is quite light next to something that is quite dark. Also, I really like cotton. I think cotton is going to be really great. There's a lot of lighteners out there on the market. I would say like there's 2, for this type of service, not open air painting services, powder and cream or oil lighteners. Does anyone here know the difference between a cream oil lightener versus a powder lightener?
More gentle on the head too.
It's more gentle on their scalp and hair. Okay, do we know anything else about them? Doesn't swell as much, okay. Yep. There's one other thing that stands out between the 2. What do you think that would be? Sorry?
Consistency?
Consistency? Nope. I think so. The biggest difference is that the cream or oil lighteners, they don't dry out. They don't dry out as quickly. So when you're doing like an on-scalp service, you can just like paint that on and then maybe put some plastic wrap around. But generally, it just won't dry out. That's the biggest difference. Does anyone know what powder lighteners are made out of? Oh, okay. So a little bit of science here. So lightener or bleach, as we commonly know it, is ammonia. It's ammonia-based, but ammonia is an aqueous substance. Aqueous means liquid. So how do we turn a liquid into a solid and then turn it back into a liquid again? Does anyone know what else that powder is made out of? Nope. Okay, so it's called peroxisous salts. Basically it's a mineral, it's a salt that they've just mixed with ammonia, dried it out, ground it down, and turned it into a powder, right? So then what do we mix that ammonia powder with? Hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide. So H2O2 is the chemical breakdown of hydrogen peroxide. What is super close to hydrogen peroxide? Water. Exactly right. Does anyone know the pH balance of water? What is it? It's 7. Yeah, right. So the the pH scale goes from I think it's like 1 to 13 or 1 to 14. Right. Yeah. So if 7's in the middle, it'd be 14. Duh. So does anyone know the pH balance of virgin hair? 4. It's 4. Yep. And then healthy hair. After, like even a color service and it's healthy, so like not super porous, not really dehydrated, etc. Do we know what the pH of healthy hair? I would say it's between 4.5 and 5.5. Does anyone know the pH of ammonia? It's super high.
9, no.
Higher. 11. Exactly right. Yep. The pH balance of ammonia is going to be 11. What about the pH of a color-safe conditioner?
It's probably back down.
Yeah, exactly right. A color-safe conditioner lives around a 4. I don't know what color lines that you guys use here, but does your color line come with like a post-color treatment?
Hair sealer,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one is amazing.
This one, yes. So I, as you may or not know, I use Wella. I'm a Wella artist. So post-color treatment, and most color lines will have something quite similar. Their pH lives at around a 3, so quite low. Do you know what this does? It seals the cuticle, but like the chemical thing that it does on the hair. Does anyone know? So it's going to equal the porosity, but it's going to neutralize the oxidization process that takes place when we use color or lightener on our guest hair. Does anyone here know what oxidization means?
Color still working.
Sorry?
When the color is like still working.
Okay, yeah. So oxidization is a chemical process that takes place when a substance that has a lot of oxygen is added to another substance. So basically, it's a chemical reaction that happens in the hair. So we mix hydrogen peroxide and ammonia together, we apply it, and actually, as soon as it's mixed together in the bowl, an oxidization process is taking place. We apply it to the scalp and onto the hair. The cuticles open up, the ammonia goes in, and it starts breaking down the disulfide bonds in our hair. So that is what essentially lightener is and how it works. And actually, most permanent color will do the exact same thing, except for it has a little bit lower of a pH. It's not as strong as lightener is. Okay, so another thing that just kind of came out that I'm really in love with is like a scalp primer, something that we can put on our scalp to help with any kind of like scalp irritation, but that doesn't affect the outcome of our lightener and the strength of our lightener and what happens on the hair. So this, I just go and I put directly right onto her root. Just kind of get it everywhere. I did the first 2/3 of her head already. Just go and rub that in right into the scalp. Try to get it everywhere because obviously we're going to get lightener everywhere. You can use it with color as well. Just going to set her up a bit here.
Is it the consistency of an oil?
Yeah, so it is basically it's an oil that is non-porous, so it won't clog your pores in any way, and you can feel free to use a fair amount of it onto the scalp. Would you mind passing me those two things right there? Yep. Amazing, thank you. Alexis, if you wouldn't mind stepping out of the chair for me, we're gonna put this beautiful gown on, get you comfortable. Arm in like a jacket. There you go, have a seat.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Did not really know that.
I feel like that was so swift. Whenever I put it on, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? Most people will comment on that exact thing. And the reason I do that, why do you think I do that? Because I'm a magician. Yes, you were right, because I'm a magician. No, it goes back to the customer experience. It really does. Everything that I do in the salon is done with a level of intention. I had a little bit of maybe like not an experiment, an exercise. So when I talk about intention, so everyone just stand up out of your chair and stand on the floor. Just stand there. Maybe put your stuff down so you're not holding on to anything. Yeah, no, that's good. So, you know, we're just standing there, right? We're standing there. We're passively standing here. Now we can kind of feel gravity holding us to the earth, right? That's just us passively doing that. Now, everyone kind of like rock forward a bit so that you are standing on your tippy toes. You can feel the balls of your feet. Now rock backwards onto your heels, so lifting your toes up off the ground. Okay, now push your balls of your feet and the heels of your feet into the ground. You can feel your legs kind of tightening up. Push a little harder. Maybe you can feel it into your core, right? So now we're intentively standing there. This is intention. So you can walk through the salon and you can stand there passively, and we do so many things in our environment that we do passively. We just do it second nature. Maybe we've been doing it so long that we just go through the motions. But try going through those exact same motions with this level of intent, right? We know how to passively stand there. We can walk through the earth and let gravity take hold of us. But if we do it with intention, there's going to be a little bit more of you behind all of those things that you do. So that was just my little exercise about intent. Okay, so when it comes to our lighteners, we now know that cream and oil-based lighteners are a little bit more gentler. They don't dry out as quickly. I also would say that they don't have the strength as a powder lightener does. Would you agree with that? Yeah. That depends on?
Well, there's a lot of cream lighteners that are ammonia free, and that's why sometimes I use them. But a lot of times ammonia free is not going to let this touch as like a powder. Oh, that's the opposite. Never mind.
That's okay. So there is like ammonia-free lighteners, but ammonia being the catalyst to opening up the cuticle, they've just replaced ammonia with another chemical that does the exact same thing, and it's called a PPD, and they're just as harsh.
A lot of people are allergic to that.
And some people are allergic to it, for sure, but I think the ammonia, like ammonia-free, started to become like a buzzword, like a trend that we were using in the industry. But the same thing that is, like some people are allergic to ammonia, they're allergic to the PPD as well, right? So a lot of people, they don't know, or and if they do know, they know specifically, just like the nut allergy we discussed last week. They're gonna tell you, I am allergic to ammonia, which is super weird because if you think about what ammonia is and all of the things that it's actually in, they're allergic to a lot of things, right? They probably can't clean their house.
Because when I was doing the course, they're like, well, ammonia's in your pee, so if you're, like, you know when someone's like that?
Totally. Exactly right. I mean, like, oh, is it dripping on you? Oh. Dripping down our face. So cream lighteners versus powder lighteners, we know that they're gentler. They're maybe not as strong. I'll decide to use a cream lightener if I'm working on levels like 8 and higher, just because I need to be a little gentler. I don't need to be as aggressive with my lightening service, and they're going to be a lot gentler on their scalp. However, if I am working levels 7 and darker, and I need to lift 3, 4, 5 levels, I'm going to go to my powder lightener. Yeah, my powder lightener is for sure going to have a little bit more strength to it. So what, aside from our customer experience, the consultation, what do you think is next in it being like important? What makes our world run? What, like, so sorry, let's step back a bit. What makes things run?
Our bodies.
Okay, so what's in our bodies that runs?
Blood.
It's a part of a particular, starts with an S. System. Thank you. System. Systems, they are everywhere. You may or may not even realize it, but everyone here, we all have like a routine, and it's our routine first thing in the morning. Like my routine, I wake up, I let my dog out, I go to the bathroom, I pee, I turn on the coffee maker, I take my dog outside. That's exactly the step-by-step routine that I take. That is my little system that I've created for myself every single morning. The reason I do it that way is because I found that it's efficient, I do it effortlessly, and it's done successfully, and it's the same thing every single time. The salon, we have many systems in place that contribute to the success of our business, right? Everything from having Justin manage the salons, our booking system, the way we answer our phone, from us as stylists, how we greet our guests, hang their coat, come back, do a consultation, set them up, set ourselves up. All of those things that you unknowingly have created a system for yourself, right? So now, apply what we just learned about intention to your system, right? Mindfully create the system that is going to build you up for success and create a successful service. So that's going to be like knowing what lightener you're going to use, whether you're going to need foil or cotton. Maybe you need some extra clips. Maybe you need an extra tail comb because you've dropped your first one on the ground. All of the towels, and anticipate any of the possible outcomes that could possibly happen throughout the duration of your service. Just about being prepared and setting yourself up for success. So how do I set myself up for success? Before I go back and start mixing up all of the things that I would need to mix up, I'm going to kind of go through all of her hair. I've already applied my scalp primer. I'm going to break it down into sections. Now the section pattern that I would use, I'm going to think about what happens when I lighten hair. As soon as I start applying lightener to her hair, it's going to start to lift. And it's probably going to take me a fair amount of time to start from here and work my way to the back. So maybe I think about the different levels of developer that I'm going to use from start to finish. Or that maybe I get halfway through my application and I have to stop to wash out some of the hair, right? So I don't want to start in the front, knowing that I might have to wash out the front, right? So I'm going to start in the back. I'm going to create a pattern so that I can apply the most amount of lightener in the short amount of time before I get to the front, because when When I'm finished applying the back, I'm going to open up back here and start to see what's actually happening in case I need to stop what I'm doing to rinse out any area of the head without getting the areas that I haven't worked on or the areas that still need to develop wet, right? So just from front, from back. What is like, does anyone have any questions for me so far about what it is that we've just talked about or discussed? Do you guys do a lot of lightening in the salon, like a lot of global lightening services like this? No. Okay. You do? Yep. Eileen, I'm surprised that you don't do more of it considering that's your look.
I know. I'm not gonna lie, it scares me.
Same, that's why I'm
Yeah.
you to come to this class.
I've like personally, as a hairdresser, I've experienced breakage. So it just freaks me out. I know it's possible and it's so like, it's such a, like I would do it like I did Alexa's and I know how to do it. There's something in me that gets really uneasy when I do it.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
My best friend is a bleachout. I have no problem bleaching for her.
No, like it's different. It's like when you know the person like really well, then you're like, hey, but yeah, like I definitely know all the ins and outs of it because I've had it done for like 10 years, and I've seen like so I know like what's worked and what hasn't worked, what bleaches work, what bleaches don't work. So all of that stuff is like in my brain just from having it.
Right.
Yeah.
Dustin, can you also stickers that we can see how you've
Applied this? Yes, no problem.
on the back of the head? Well, I feel as well, like even as a hairdresser, like I get to do something like sitting in this hair every 6 weeks. It's like I can't do it.
That's exactly why.
And it's like my hair takes so long to lift. It's just like, and then you just get bendy, and then it's just like, well, what's the point?
Yeah, that's a really great, that's fear for sure.
Yeah.
But it kind of goes back to like educating our guests. If they want that look, it would be like I could apply your lightener, let it process, tone you, blow dry you in about 2.5 hours, right? A service like this, without any help, could take 4 hours, right? So there's going to be a huge difference in cost to your guest between the 2.5-hour service, between a 4.5-hour service. So it's just about educating your guests. Now, does anyone here follow me on social media? Because I recently, in fact, actually on Monday, I had a guest come in and the universe just put her in my chair. She had, this much natural root, this much of like highlights, and then a pretty solid base blonde on her ends, right? And then she wants to be this solid, beautiful blonde. There's a lot of variables in that particular situation between her virgin root, that mid shaft where there was a lot of like level 9 blonde, but also a lot of like level 6 natural hair color, and then her levels 9 and 10 onto her ends. So yes, that can be like a very daunting, service. But it just comes down to that consultation, having a really thorough consultation, going through all of the outcomes, all of the processes that you're going to need to get there, the expectation that it could potentially take 6 hours today. Are you prepared for the 6 hours? Can you afford the 6 hours today? And then if they can't afford it or they don't have that much time, then giving them a plan B. Instead of doing the entire head as a global lightning service, maybe you just do what they see as a global lightning service. So lessen the amount of effort or work or fear that you have going into the service, but also addressing and giving them what it is that they are looking for. Yeah.
I will say too, like I feel like for myself, I'm really realistic. Like I'm a level 2, 3 naturally. So like whenever I get banding and stuff, like I don't care. Like I'm to the point where I feel light enough, and nobody in the real world will come up to me and be like, oh my god, look at that band, right? Like
Totally.
I love your hair. I want your hair. Blah blah blah. But like obviously when a hairstylist like goes through my hair, they're like, oh, there's banding. And I'm like, I really don't care. I'd rather have the hair like on my head.
Yeah.
And that's why I think like you need a client like that. Like that has those realistic notions.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're as artists, you know, we see all our own work, right?
Totally.
And we know.
Yeah.
And you're right. The guest may not know, and the people that see their hair may also not really realize or know, and that's totally okay. Okay, so to set myself up, I have put color block on all of her hairline, and the reason I've done that is because I'm using that as like something of a sticky agent to put cotton kind of around the hairline. The reason I'm using cotton around the hairline is because it's kind of elevating everything up a little bit, and the hair isn't sticking right to their scalp, even with the foil, because what body heat is going to do for us, especially in this area here where all of the heat is being concentrated, is that it's going to lighten quite quickly. And if I don't bring it up off of their body, it will lighten too quickly and I'll have to stop and wash it off. So I tend to set myself up for a service like this so that I don't have to stop and go back into the back and remix stuff over and over again. So I kind of do a pre-measure of most of the stuff that I will use. And then that way, when I get to using it, I just have to stir it up. And then the oxidization process starts right there versus me mixing it up. Because you don't want to mix it up before you use it, because as you know, we all know what happens then, it doesn't work. So I have, what does that say? 3, Lightener, 2. Okay, so I have a 20 vol with Lightener and my Olaplex. I use Olaplex in any kind of global service where the hair is quite light and the roots are quite dark. One, I want to avoid any kind of overlap and demarcation, and obviously there will be some level of demarcation overlap, and the Olaplex is definitely going to help with that. You know, the Olaplex is not the end-all be-all of lightening services. You can still really damage someone's hair even with Olaplex. In another bowl, I actually have my post-color treatment as well, because accidents happen. We can be a little messy. Bleach can get somewhere on their hair, and when you do see that, you just take a little bit of your post-color treatment and you paint it directly on that lightener, and it immediately stops the oxidization process, therefore not incurring any more damage to the already lightened hair. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Over there?
People are just commenting they're very thankful how in-depth you're going.
Oh, great.
So multiple comments just being like, wow, and thank you. So.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy to help. Okay, so, yes, please.
The product that you just mentioned.
The post-color treatment?
Yes, so the one that you put on to stop, like you get it on the whatever.
Yep.
If somebody is not a Wella color client, what would you suggest?
Yeah.
Is this kind of like, this is the one you need to use, or?
No, great question. Okay, so anything that has like a really low pH. So our color safe conditioners are gonna have a lower pH, and most color lines are gonna have their version of a post-color treatment. You guys use Schwarzkopf or Davines? Schwarzkopf. I'm not familiar with the Schwarzkopf line. Yeah, so is it something that you have to mix up and apply at the sink, or is it something very similar to this? Yeah, so 1-2 pumps in a bowl with a small brush, just to have right with you next to your lightener. Make sure you label it. I mean, I'm dyslexic, so I see nothing but bowls and will grab the wrong one all of the time. So just making sure that they're labeled either like colored or with numbers or post-it notes, and just have it there. So it's quick and easy and you can just apply. Now I've sectioned her hair off mostly from front to back because I'm gonna work the back first and I'm gonna go into the front second. And I've just kind of clipped subsections off as I move around the head. I'm going to, yep. I'm gonna start. So I'm gonna mix up. This is my 20 vol with lightener. I am using 15 grams of lightener to 30 grams of developer with my Olaplex, and the little cheeky trick that I use is I'll put some kind of oil-based product. So oil or the Young Again about 15 to 20 pumps into your lightener. That's going to help prevent it from fully drying out on us throughout our service. So one little trick there. Also to note, when it comes to my setup, the reason I have mixed such a low amount of lightener, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4 of pre-measured lighteners, is that once I'm finished with this bowl, I can go right to my next bowl, and it's the same strength. Now, I'm sure we've all experienced, we mix our bowl of lightener thinking that that's what we need for our whole service, and then we get to our last 3 foils in a highlight service, and then when we check on them, they're like orange. And then the foils below it are like pale yellow. That's because the lightener that's been in your bowl has been sitting there for so long, it doesn't have the same strength. So I would way rather mix up several small bowls with the same amount of strength in all of my bowls, than mix up 2 large bowls, and when I get to the end of each bowl, it doesn't have the same level of strength as when I started, right? Okay, so let me see how I can do this so that we have more camera and you guys. So 20, my post color. I've got some foils and cotton as I see fit. Would you mind pumping me up?
You're gonna lock it?
No, that's fine. All right, chin forward for me, please. Thank you so much.
I might have to lock it.
Oh,
I know it's slowly going down.
so nice, fine sections is going to be your best approach. I like to take slices no wider than the width of your comb. Why do you think that would be? Saturation, exactly right. So I'm just gonna put a foil down. I'm actually gonna use a little bit of my post color right on that blonde ends right there, just so I don't get any kind of crazy overlap. Those look to be quite delicate.
Yeah, can't afford it.
Exactly right. So I'm going to paint lightener on the virgin hair about a half a centimeter kind of away from her scalp. Because I'm gonna let that process, I'm gonna open things back up, and then I'm gonna go and reapply to that root area. If I applied from the root area all the way down to this 1.5 inches, her scalp is going to produce so much heat that it's going to turn white, and then I'm left with something pale yellow, and then I'm gonna have to go back in there and lighten that pale yellow to now match her super white. So then I'll just put a cotton down. Now I won't use cotton foil throughout the whole thing. I just need to create a little bit of like kind of lifting up off of the head to create a little bit more space so that oxygen can do its thing and it can go in there and lighten. It also is going to help with any kind of like major swelling that you might experience. Now, the only time I really experience swelling with my lighteners is when there's something else happening on her hair. Lightener does swell a little bit, especially when we get to the 30 and 40 vols, but what tends to happen is a chemical reaction that's taking place between either a product in her hair or a topical medication. Even sometimes their own body oils can create that as well. Mackie, would you actually like to help me here? Just for the sake, like not everyone has an assistant in this salon, obviously, but for the sake of like time and efficiency, I think it would just be nice if she could hand me.
Yes, that would be great, actually. Thank you.
I can grab one. I can grab it. Thank you.
Matthew, your outfit is so cute.
It kind of looks like Bleaches.
So I'll just use lightener.
Dustin, when I was being taught scalp bleach, they always told us not to put anything above 20 on the root.
Yeah, I think that a lot more people, their scalps are sensitive. I think in the past there's a lot of like burning, blister, etc. Right? So yes, I would definitely have a conversation with my guest about how they had it done. Maybe do a test strand, put a little dot behind their ear, see what happens. You can do, a really great way to do a test strand. You start it almost right at the very beginning. A test strand should only take about 10 minutes. Or a skin test. So you just mix a little bit up, put it on there, throughout their consultation, ask them, how does it feel? If in that 10 minutes they're like, oh yeah, it's itchy, I want to scratch it off, go with the 20 volume. Now, lighteners these days are super conditioning and they're a lot more gentler on our scalps than I think they ever used to be. Now also with the invention of scalp primers, I like to use 30 on the scalp, right? I've only ever in my whole career experienced one person who had like a severe reaction to lightener, and I think it was more that they were allergic to it, not that I actually used too strong of a developer. So see, I got lightener on that really white hair. I just want to put a little bit of post-color treatment or a nice color locking conditioner on there with a low pH. You kind of want to move that around a bit, make sure that the hairs are really saturated. Let's do this.
Megan, if you want, you can come back here.
I can see them here.
Yeah, you guys, if you want to stand up and walk around me and come and check out what's actually happening, please do so. I mean, like, I know that from my own experience, sitting where you guys are, sitting is a lot of work, What is? Yeah, like you can get tired, bored, fidgety, Standing up, walking around, asking questions, getting in there. Getting the most out of your education only benefits you.
I have a hard time sometimes with like my
Yep, sorry.
clients that maybe are like a level 2.
Okay,
That come in with this amount of regrowth and not,
like this amount?
yeah.
Okay.
Or even longer. Like I have a couple of clients that come in maybe once every like 6 months and get their freaking bleachout done. And I use a conditioner and I like have to put oil in between every section.
Yeah,
And I set realistic expectations that maybe we're not going to be as light as what we were when we first did our bleach up and coming in every 6 weeks.
right?
But I do have a harder time with like going back in and doing the root without dragging you down over to the band area. Not band, but like where your previous blonde is.
Right.
So like going back in through the hair because normally these types of people, but normally it's like Asian black, thick, coarse hair.
Yeah.
So you already have a million foils in the head,
Yep.
and then taking them out and being able to flip them and not have it overlap at all.
Okay, yeah, great question. So what I would probably do in that case,
Could you just repeat the question so we can make sure we hear it?
yeah, okay, so if you have a guest that has like a level 2 and you're trying to get to that levels 9, 10, and you have a million foils in the head, and then you have to go back in and reapply to the root without dragging the lightener through the already previously lightened hair, how do we approach that? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would go about how you did it, foil application. You don't need to fold every foil, that takes up a ton of time. You just need a barrier between each section so that it incubates. So I would probably let it incubate and then wash it all off, rinse it out, and then go back in and apply to your root area like you would a virgin application. Now, water. What do we know about water? What pH is water? 7. And what does water do to the cuticle? It opens it up, right? So what about applying your pH level lightener at 11 to your pH level 7 situation? Do you think it's going to hinder your application or help your application?
Help it.
Yeah. What does water also do to our product though? It dilutes it. Exactly right. But the amount of water that is on someone's 1/2 inch root is not going to dilute what's in our bowl that much, you know? So I would let that process to your level 8, and then I would go back in, rinse it all off. You don't necessarily need to shampoo and scrub because you don't want to disturb the scalp. You just want to get that lightener off of all the stuff that you've already pre-lightened, and then go in and apply like a regular color. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
It definitely takes, you know, a little bit more work, but remember, it's all coming down to our guests' experience, right? So I know from the experience that the more we offer our clients in the chair, the more they will feel that you're taking care of them, right? And not thinking about the fact that it's going to take you longer.
So for charging,
Yep.
do you prefer in that case to charge hourly, or would you charge it kind of as a root bleach and then a bleach out as well? Because you're basically doing, in that case, 2 full services on the head.
Yep.
And that's going to take just the same amount of time. So how would you go about that?
Okay, so how would I go about charging for that type of service where I have to do maybe 2 or 3 processes to get them to where they'd like to go? Okay, so that is going to come down to a really thorough consultation, right? Explaining to them that I might have to do this. This could potentially happen. Are you prepared for that? Do you have the time? Do you have the time in your schedule to do that? And if all of those boxes are fully checked, then you've done your job as a stylist to educate them what is going to happen, how much this could potentially cost. If everyone is cool with it and you've recapped all of that information back to them, then go for it.
Yeah.
And so I charge, I would say most of my color services, whether it's lightener and whether I use Olaplex or whether it's a toner, I charge per hour and then a product. So I weigh everything out and it's calculated for me exactly how much product I use, and they pay a product charge on top of the hourly rate. So then you're protected, your guest is aware of what the outcome is and how much it could potentially cost, product is being taken care of, so you're looking after the salon. But what your guest is going to take away from all of that is that you've done a really amazing job educating them, talking to them, consulting with them on every aspect, potential outcome, cost, upkeep, etc. Yeah. Does that help answer that question?
Yeah.
Amazing. Yes.
I feel like those are special circumstances.
In regards to an hourly charge,
Yes.
if you quote, like, for example, like, you know, like when we quote what our prices are, and then we say, like, sometimes I'll give people a range,
Okay.
and I always fit between the range, but like sometimes if you find yourself going over by a little bit, then you kind of forgive it because you've already given them that quote and you gave them that bigger range. So you normally range about $50, I would say.
Yes.
Because I know product is normally about 25 to that, depending on how much hair. But in hourly, how do you do that? Like if you go over half an hour, do you charge that extra half an hour even though you quoted 4?
Right. Okay. That's a really great question. And I myself as a stylist struggle with how, if I go over the time that I thought it was going to take and the fact that I have set out the expectation of the budget, depending on how much it is, I might eat it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially if it's like $50. Like a perfect example on Monday when I did this guest, and I don't know, are you the only one that saw?
I love that.
Okay, yeah. So I had a really thorough, in fact, the consultation took about a half an hour. And in the end, I was like, this is gonna probably be about $400 to $500 plus the product, which could potentially be between $30 and $70. And she's like, yeah, okay. I'm like, okay, like I heard that, I felt it. I'm going to work really fast. Because I, as an artist, also am like excited by what I'm about to do and the outcome. I think it's gonna look great, and I want the world to know that I'm an amazing hairstylist, and I want everyone to see that I've done a great job on her hair. In the end, it took me like from start to finish, from the second she walked through the front door to the second she left, was 6 hours, 10 minutes. The actual amount of work that I did, minus the consultation, and I totally should have included the consultation in the time, I charged her for 5 hours. So I pretty much ate about an hour, so it was about 30 minutes of a consultation that I ate, and she showed up like a few minutes late, and I, you know, as an empathetic person, kind of took on the fact that this was now going from $450 to almost $600. It's a pretty big difference, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I ate a little bit of it.
Do you take into account processing time though? Like I charge hourly for large color services, and I tend to like minus half an hour or so from my like hourly rate.
Yeah,
If
do,
they're just sitting there and I'm not working,
yep.
I don't feel like I should be charging them.
I hear you on that one. So do I take away the time that I charge for the processing time? That's a really great question. And I would say that if you have the ability to take a client while somebody is processing, which we, I think, used to be able to do pre-pandemic, then yes, that is no longer the case. I can no longer squeeze people in while my colors are processing, and I would actually never squeeze someone in while I have a lightening process going on. But if I was doing a gray coverage application, yeah, I used to be able to squeeze a men's haircut in there and be able to, you know, maximize my time. And then so then I wouldn't charge them for the processing time. But that is no longer the case. They are the only ones sitting in my chair. They're the ones taking up my time. I'm charging them for it. Okay, so I am moving through this as quickly as I can. Trying not to get, I've now transitioned, by the way, to my 30, and I'm saturating the crap out of all of her hair, trying really hard here not to get lightener on the previously lightened hair, so trying to avoid the overlap. I'll turn my brush in a little bit so that I can kind of take the corner of the brush and push lightener through that section so that I am saturating not just the top, but the underneath as well. Little post-color treatment because I got lightener. I try to be as clean as possible.
If she was like a regular client in every like 6 weeks, would you start at the like top of the crown and work the way down?
No, I wouldn't. Now, the question was, if I had this exact situation coming in every 6 weeks, which would be like the perfect time to be able to do an on-scalp application, and it just be one process for that, and then a second for our toner if I needed one. Our body produces a lot of heat. Our heat comes out from the very top of our head, like literally right there. So if I apply lightener here first, it's immediately starting going to lighten. And then everything kind of further away from the head is going to take a little bit longer. So I've gone to this situation before where this looks amazing, and I'm like, I'm scraping away lightener to double check what underlying pigment I'm working with, and it looks amazing, and then I start to wash it away, and I'm opening it up, and all of a sudden it's like orange, really orange. And now I have to go back and do it all over again, right? So I like to start at the bottom and work my way to the top and then into the front. Now, when someone has really long hair, that can be like kind of messy and a little difficult. How do we manage that? And I think how we manage that is just going to depend on how organized and clean you are with your sectioning pattern and creating that plan and that system for yourself, right?
Do you ever use a board when they start to get to this lane?
Do you know, no. And it's not because of any other reason other than I just never have done it.
Okay.
And I see stylists doing it all the time, even students in my class, and I don't even know where they've learned it from, but so social media and YouTube University are great sources of inspiration. Not always like the end-all be-all of knowledge. Okay.
They would like to know what brand you're using for lightening and what volume you're using.
Okay, so the brand of lightener that I'm currently using here on this situation is Blondor by Wella. It's the powder lightener. And I'm using 2 levels of developer. The first level is 20 for that underneath area that is going to sit there a little bit longer. And then I'm moving right into the 30 vol about halfway through here. When I got to the occipital bone, I kind of switched it up. My pleasure.
Do you have any tips on converting like a really heavy highlight to a global lightening service?
I sure do. Okay, so I can't say that I totally stole this tech. No, I shouldn't say that. I was inspired by a technique. I can't remember the artist's name, but he uses his blow dryer to air blow out that hair. Okay, so my situation on Monday. Now I've been doing her hair for some time, and she's always really wanted to go like global lightening. And she was like highlights forever and ever and ever. So I told her that if this is something that she wanted to do, we're gonna have to get her there. So she's gonna have to grow out some of her highlights so that I can go in, and what I did with her highlight application is I used that technique where I used the blow dryer, and in very thin sections like this, I blow out all the little hairs that are the new growth that's in there. Then what I'm left with is a few like what I would consider like a baby light application with all of the light. So then I lightened her root that way. So then she had all of those dark hairs in there, plus the new bright blonde that helped blend that line of demarcation. Then she waited another 3 months and she came back. I used that exact same technique. So I blew out all of the dark hair, clipped away my blonde, lightened all of the dark hair, took that section of blonde, and lightened that root area, right? So I am no longer, and I used foils between each one of those sections. So I had a foil for all those like 4, 5, 6 inches of dark hair that I just literally painted roots to ends because I didn't have to think about overlap. Then I put another foil down, and I put a little color block on that really light stuff, and then I put lightener on all of her dark stuff. Then I opened it all back up, and I painted on the root everywhere. And then when everything got washed off, I was left with probably around a level 9 underlying pigment. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It took 6 hours. Oh yeah, thanks.
Like just for application.
Oh, the application itself probably took like 3.5, almost 4 hours.
See, I love the air touch. I think it's beautiful, but it is so many coils and so much. Like I think it's great, but it is like so much work in staying organized with holding your blow dryer in the right way and doing it each time in a cool shot, making sure that the spoils don't like fall down underneath.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's well, to that note, it's kind of like everything that we learn for the first time. Everything is different. It's a challenge. You've never really done it before, so it just takes practice.
I will say, like, when I use the air touch, I only use it on like certain people, like the ones that you get into a rhythm, I chew gum when I do it. Can I dig into the donut?
Oh my God, please help yourself. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. Donuts for everyone. Sorry, our online crew. If I could virtually give you a donut, I would. There's coffee there. I also brought my favorite vanilla almond coffee creamer, which is the best. Yeah. Oh, Eliza, do you like fritters? Are fritters your favorite? Because fritters are mine. That is because we are born on the same day.
Oh my God, you have the same birthday?
We have the exact same birthday. She's older than me, though. Oh my gosh, a 3-pound fritter?
Oh, yeah, it was unreal.
Oh, that's not it.
So what's the plan or the path for the
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll. You know what? I'll answer that question in a second. We didn't actually talk about it, and I'll explain why. One, mostly because I forgot to talk about it with you guys. I've already talked about it with Alexis.
So you just have to bring Alexa up to date.
Yeah. Alexa had a question about what is it that we are going to do here with her ends, because her ends have, obviously we can see this oranginess to it. So through consultation, it was discovered that the orange that she was put on her head was a direct dye. What we know of direct dyes is that they will stain the cuticle, so there's no actual color to remove out of the cortex of the hair. Staining is almost impossible to remove. In my experience, I've tried and tried and tried, and then what I end up with is something that's quite dehydrated and not pretty. So it's better to have the hair we have on our head and keep it on our head than try to force something that potentially just won't happen. So we aren't going to do much with the ends. I'm going to hopefully use like a tone that is like a neutral with a little bit of warmth to it, just to tie it all together. I don't want to darken her back down to that like level 8 that we see there, because I still want it to be really nice and bright. And then, with a little bit of texture and curl and the right haircut, we won't even really notice what's going on through to their ends. Also, this is not her first rodeo, so she is fully aware of what her hair looks like and what it's going to look like potentially when we leave here today.
Cool.
Yes?
I have a question. If you're doing a version application,
Okay.
like doing the whole lightening service,
So like roots to the 14 inches of ends.
but how would you start that off? Like what kind of sectioning would be like the quickest kind of first
Yeah, okay, great question. So how would I go about doing like a virgin application in a global lightening service? So that person has virgin hair from roots to ends, and she wants to get to like a level 8, 9, 10, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay, so I would actually go in and my application is going to start almost like a full head of highlights. Now, I don't necessarily need to fold my foils, but I definitely need to create a barrier between each section so that I get a really creamy, consistent lift from that almost root area right through to her ends. So that usually means that I'm probably going to use, so let's just kind of go back. If your guest, like say she has level 5 natural hair, and she wants to go to a level 9, 10, potentially, right? So that's what we'll say. I'm going to, my lightener is probably gonna be 30 or 40 vol, mid-shaft right through to the ends on a foil. Just like paint it right onto the foil, put another foil down, work through and do that for every section. Exactly like that, yeah. Once I see that the that mid shaft and ends are around like a level 8, I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna apply directly onto her root. Because that scalp, the heat of her scalp is going to lift all of that hair, all of the hair right on her scalp really, really quickly. And that level 8 and her roots are probably gonna match quite nicely around the same time. Maybe if you are working with like really dense, really coarse hair, maybe you're gonna apply your root application when your underlying pigment is around a level 7 and not a level 8.
And then what would you put on the root?
I will, depending on a few things. Do you think, have I done a skin, like put a little lightener on her skin to see if she has any kind of reaction to it? Have I used any kind of scalp primer? If I've used scalp primer and she has no reaction to the lightener, whether I put it on her arm or behind her ear, I'll probably use 30. Yeah.
Have you ever had a client come in with that L'Oreal color reset? Oh yeah, that's not what the
What is it? Obviously I haven't.
Apparently it's not good, yeah.
that like box pastel color all these girls are putting on their hair.
Or overtone.
Yeah, overtone.
I hate overtone.
So overtone is like when someone comes in and you can see that their ends look almost gray and their roots are like white. Oh, overtone is a color, a brand.
It's like an apple conditioner that's so strong and it like is so hard to get out.
Oh, like does Moroccan oil have like a conditioner like that? And then, so what's happening to the hair that is like?
So like she came in and she went from pink for Halloween. And I was like, oh yes, yeah. And she's an actor and she was like, oh, like my head shots are totally different. And I was like, look, I've worked with this before. It does not come out of the hair. I'll see what I can do. So then like lifted her hair and lifted it, like tried to budge it off the ends at like 6 months. Still nothing. And I was like, well, the only option is to tone your hair like a pastel-y pink. But then I was like,
That's not the headshot that they want.
no.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not my fault, it's yours.
Yeah. Exactly right. I mean, like every situation is going to be completely different, and it's all going to come down to your client's experience and your education in your consultation. Obviously, they know that their hair is pink and they don't want it, but it's going to be our job as stylists, educators, technicians to tell them what it was that they used in their hair, what it did to their hair, why it potentially won't come out of their hair, and then any kind of outcomes that might work for the both of you, right? Remember, we aren't magicians. You know what I mean? I mean, sometimes we are. But we don't have a magic wand that just can remove things off of someone's head. It doesn't work that way, right? And so that's going to be a part of our role as stylists in a salon environment where we have to educate on these things.
But the thing that's weird about that, I dealt with a client and it was spray on. It's not even like they put it on all over, and it stuck to their natural, and we tried everything
Okay, yeah. I think that like when something like that is come into your chair, I would just spend a few minutes in the back, like doing a little bit of research on the product that they used, find out what it is that it is. And like most direct dyes, like I said, so do we know like the cuticle is actually transparent? It's like a piece of frosted glass that is like porous. It's made up of 3 different types of bonds: disulfide, salt, and I can't remember the next one. But it's not like hair molecules in the hair shaft, so it stains. It's like stained glass. So sometimes it's impossible to remove it off of stained glass. Now, what you can do is that you can change the color inside the cortex so that the reflect is different, but that doesn't always work well when someone's trying to be light and bright.
Yeah, because like even when I lifted her old mask, like where I was lifting her old mask, her was coming out pink, and I'm like, okay. And it's like, there's nothing you can physically do. You don't need to.
Nope.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I have successfully done that a few times, but sometimes it doesn't get it all out, and then sometimes you're stuck with the opposite color, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it works in your favor and sometimes it doesn't, but like if the hair dogs are on your side, sometimes
But
you
you
curl it
end
up with a blonde, right?
Then it's like the next time they come back, do you lift it again, or do you just like let her ride the rodeo?
Yeah, so kind of going back to like this particular situation with her ends being on the orangey side from what the service was last year, they tried. Like she said, like we tried to remove it, nothing really happened. I'm just gonna go based on that. Like nothing really happened, and out of all of my years of experience, I'm gonna believe that that's probably the case. So it's better to work with the situation than try to work against it, right? So I don't necessarily need to turn her orange everywhere, right? But I can create something that's like bright and buttery, maybe a little bit of a wheat type of tone that blends and ties it all together.
Or just tease it and background orange. Would be really cool.
It would be, yeah. Let's do this. There.
I'll cut it off.
What is like the worst like experience as a stylist you had behind the chair in a situation like we're doing today?
My first time using Blondie, I didn't know it swelled so much, and I used it on a level 2 bleach out, and I broke my hair off.
Blondie, that's a Schwarzkopf bleach, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was like a very traumatic, because like I went from like doing it all the time, had my placement, it was fine, and I brought her from my other salon, and I didn't really know the bleach yet, and I was like, oh fuck.
You're like, bleach is bleach, I'm gonna go for it.
And I just didn't, I only used like a couple of lines, and I used Wella, and it was fine. I could do it with that. And L'Oreal, and I was using kind of like a beeswax texture, and I loved it, and it looked great. So I didn't really change my technique to new things that I was working with.
Right.
And that was my fault.
Yeah, so
Felt like shit.
definitely, we definitely tend to take it all home with us.
I think the scariest thing that I've seen, that I've been a part of, like I had to deal with the aftermath, was one of our stylists at our previous salon forgot to ask, which I feel like a lot of people don't ask this, like if their client was a swimmer or not.
Mmm.
And her hair was like rubber, like it started smoking first.
Oh, wow.
Crazy, like she had over like 12 years experience, the stylist, amazing stylist. It just happened to be like one of those like freak kind of things, and she didn't know. She was like, we just like, I remember I was an apprentice at the time, and I was like, she was like, oh my god, we just need to wash it. We just started washing it, but it was like I've never felt hair like that before. Like it was the craziest thing ever. Like
That sounds
insane.
scary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never seen it, and that was like the first time. But yeah, it was like legitimately rubber. Like it was crazy. I didn't even know hair could feel like that.
I've never seen her smoke.
Oh my god.
Stories like that over the
That's the scariest thing like I ever heard.
One time I had coils that started to smoke and puff up, and I went and opened one, and water was
celebrate her birthday, she never had it done, whatever. And I was like, okay, I believe you, yada yada. And then I went to go do a platinum card, and I started with like 20 ball, whatever. And
Nice language, by the way.
And then halfway through, I noticed I started smoking, and she told me that she did one of those canteen hot oil things the day before to prep her for treatment. And so ever since then, every time I've been kind of like, do you do these at-home treatments, hot oils? I'm like, I'm not done even. Because same thing, yeah, it smoked. When I took out the foil, water everywhere. It was like so hot to the touch that even when I took out the foil, I was like, my hand's gonna burn out. So I had to rinse her out, and I was like, you can leave with a 6, bye. And then like, finished it pretty much. But we ended up like covering her layer eventually, like over time, but yeah.
Crazy thing with that one client for me was that the foils that smoked and water poured over them, they were instantly processed.
Crazy.
Like when I opened the foil,
Yeah, mine like the color didn't even lift, like nothing
but the
even
rest of
lifted.
her foils
Yeah.
were gone.
That's crazy.
This
Did
is also,
only those ones
it is
smoke?
only right here.
That's insane.
So I'm like, you just stand like right under your shower. Right? And like every mineral is just like in your hair right there.
That's crazy because like her color did not really lift. Like she went up by like 2 levels. She was literally sitting for like 20 minutes, and I went to go and be like, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? And then I noticed that her foils are smoking. I was like, oh fuck, and so I had to go wash it out. But
Like if my eyes tricking me right now. Like,
right? I was like, I don't understand. So I'm like, even virgin hair, can't trust it. I've been fancy
the hair was gonna come off when I washed it. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
that
I
was here.
just instantly think that was
I gave it a gentle tug for sure.
I think the worst experience like I personally had, I don't even think it's like the worst, but I was doing a like a global lightning service, and I think she had like, it was like maybe like a little over the 6 weeks, it was like 7 weeks, but she was naturally light, like maybe like a level, I wanna say like 8, so I was like, oh, this will be fine. But I didn't talk to her about like where she had been or anything like that.
Like as in like a travel?
Travel.
Okay.
So then I started doing her hair, and I told her, I was like, you know, like I personally have like I have a bleach out, so I was like sometimes it can tingle, and I used to put Splenda in my bleach because that's what my person did to me, right?
What?
And yeah, so like I put Splenda in it and everything, and then to take away the tingliness. And then I told her, I was like, if for any reason you feel like it's like, you know, that like a cold burn, not like itchy, please let me know because that means something's wrong. Like,
Oh,
and it was,
yeah.
like, one of the first ones I had done. And then all of a sudden she's like telling me she was just on vacation, blah, blah, blah. And she starts to say that it's like tingling. And I was like, yeah, that's normal, but it should subside.
Like it was tingling on a vacation or in the process?
No, in the process.
Okay.
And then I realized she had burnt her scalp.
oh god.
Like on the vacation.
Oh, like from the sun.
Yes.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so like it wasn't tingling like everywhere else, but where her part was tingling. And I was like, oh, like you didn't wear a hat? She's like, no. And I'm like, do you ever switch your part when it's sunny? And she was like, no.
No.
I was like,
No, I'm on a vacation. I'm not worried about my hair.
I was like, okay, if you can't handle it, like please let me know. And then like of course like we get like half an hour into the process. She's a level 8. And it's only like a small root. And she couldn't handle it. So I washed it like instantly. I told her, I was like, please let me know. I checked in on her like every 5 minutes just to make sure. I washed it and then I showed her pictures of like a drop root. And then I ended up giving her a drop root.
Oh, the good old drop
One of
root.
the scariest things for me. Like I was like, I never even thought to think like, is her scalp burned anywhere?
Do you know what? As you say it, I've been doing this so long that I've never encountered that situation, and that's really great to know.
Yeah, like I just didn't.
Because I would actually be like, you know, you can tell that they're tanned.
Yeah.
So I would, when I see that next and they're tanned, I'll be like, let's look at your scalp and see if you have like a sunburn.
Yeah, but it was literally just like the part. So crazy. The part that matters, right?
And a lot of times when we're checking like the scalp condition, we do it like through the back area. We don't always go in their part because it's like it irritates you. Yeah.
As a ginger, I totally realize how possible that is.
Yeah.
I can burn on daily.
Eileen, would you push me down like a few inches?
If you get sunburned,
That more. Great, thank you.
Do you want to trade? You're okay? Okay.
I think I remember one of the first experiences I had as an independent, so like not having like that that feeling of support
Yeah.
when you're an employee, right? I was doing like highlights on my guest, and she's like, you know, probably like a 6'7" naturally, and obviously wants to be like a 13. Which is almost impossible. So I do my application, like highlights, like we all know it's our bread and butter. And you know, you go and you check them after however long just to make sure everything is on the right track. And yeah, like as soon as I get there, I'm like, oh, this is warm, like oddly warm. So I open up a foil, and no word of a lie, the hair was neon green. Her hair had turned, so you've experienced this?
Yeah.
The hair turning neon green after a lightening service?
Is that henna?
Yeah.
It was henna. Well, good to know. I didn't even know that about henna, because I just always say no. Like as soon as someone's like, I colored my hair with henna, I'm like, I can only cut your hair today and give you an amazing blowout.
Like to neutralize with like a orange toner.
Yeah.
Buttons. It works.
Yeah.
3 days after, she texts me back like, hey, my hair's green again.
It's green in that?
Yeah.
We found out she was on like super heavy medication. as
Oh,
well,
yeah, the one with the, yeah.
which was definitely
Yeah, it's
making,
another one.
yeah, because I remember I came into the salon and we were like, I literally tried everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my guest that was experiencing this god-awful green that was in her foil now, she had used a topical medication on her scalp that was never spoken about. I didn't think to ask. It was like not an issue, and you know, people have their own medical situations that are none of our business, so you wouldn't actually really think to ask about it. But that's what, there was a chemical reaction between the topical cream that she was using on her scalp and the lightener. Now, the saving grace of it all is that as soon as I shampooed it all off, so all the green went down the drain. Thank gosh. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure it was like my first or second day as an independent, you know, trying to be a grown up. I got this, you know, I've been doing this now. I think I went from being an employee commission stylist after 8 years into being an independent. So I was like thinking I'm a big shot now. And I turn her hair effing green. Like, what? And I was so worried that I ran into the back. I'm like, everyone quiet, shh. I need your help. I need every single person's help right now, because not only am I worried that my client, who's also my friend, is going to kill me, and it was like the first time I was doing her hair, you know what I mean? There was a lot of emotions, right? So I was like, hey, I casually walk by my client and go, I'm gonna leave a foil open so that you can look and tell me like what I should do.
Go into the back, like, don't make it obvious, but like, can you go tell me? Like, I don't know. Or like, go back to color bar and just like, go back to mixing your color.
When you really like,
Yeah, just in the back. I'm like, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go in the back. I'll be 2 seconds. And then I like send everyone forward. But the one thing I learned actually from that particular situation that I was able to carry forward in all of my other services is that I learned to stop hiding how to ask for help. That is a really big thing, because you know, we're artists. As much as we try not to allow our ego to either inflate or get in the way, it's still there. You know, we all want to do well. We want everyone to like the work that we've done. We want people to leave feeling something, right? And that something should be good, positive, lovely, excited, etc. So it all just goes back down to your customer or client experience. When you need help, you tell your guest, I'm going to get the opinion of some of my colleagues. they're gonna think that, like, good for you for getting more people involved in my situation. I'm gonna feel that extra level of care, right? That's what they're gonna feel. They're not going to think any less of you because you're reaching out for help.
I kind of use my finance background in that. I always say, I'm gonna go get a second opinion.
Yes.
I just bring the person over.
Yeah, exactly right. I now no longer leave one foil open for someone to walk by. I deliberately bring over the person's opinion I value or think that they can help me in that moment over, and we have an open conversation right in front of my guest. Because that is going to make them feel that I have their best interest in mind.
Yeah, exactly. Just being like transparent with your clients, like it's not your
So important.
yeah.
Like when I was apprenticing, we used to just automatically do that. My mentor would come ask me what I was gonna do, and then step by step I would tell her, and then she wouldn't like ever correct me in front of the client, but like she would look at the person's hair as I'm like telling her this, and then we would step into the back, and she'd either tell me that she thinks like it's a go, or
I would change that.
yeah, or she would tell me like what to change. But then I think that took the notion of having somebody else there. Like I never felt weird asking somebody else.
I think in the beginning, I always did. I always was like, I don't need help.
Oh,
I can do this. I'm amazing. Blah 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 blah. You know what I mean?
yeah, that was all like
Being like, I need help with everything.
Well, this situation that I started my career in, I was the youngest person and the most junior stylist amongst a bunch of I was going to say old, but that's rude. But like they were seasoned stylists, right? Everyone had like lots of clients. They were super busy. I just wanted to be like them. You know, like I didn't see them ask for help. I didn't see them make mistakes. So I just wanted to emulate that, you know? And then I made mistakes, like everyone. And I was like, how do I fix this? How do I better myself? You know, obviously we learn from our mistakes, but like I said, one of the biggest things that I took away from that is learning to ask for help or advice.
Growing pains suck, but you need to.
Exactly. Growing pains do suck.
Yeah.
I think in the beginning of your career too, like being like the newest person, the youngest person, like everyone was like could be friends with my mom. And like they just threw me on the floor right away. Like I never assisted, never apprenticed. My old boss was like, education is not a thing here. You can just fend for yourself on it. And so I got kind of like scared and hesitant because I was like, okay, like I guess I just have to get like thrown into the wolves or whatever. But I feel like as I've grown, like it's all about like being willing to learn and ask for help is okay. And I feel that's one of the great things about like working here is I have never felt more comfortable asking for help. I feel like we all value each other's opinion and like can always all openly talk about like helping each other and like what would you do for this or whatever. And I feel like it's just so helpful to even have a second opinion if you might not go with it or give a third party opinion. It's just nice to figure out conversation.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I just joined, as you know, the Artel Independent at Fraser Street. And, like you join any new team, etc., you have to like give it a minute to get to know the people you're working with. And after 11 years at one salon, you get super, super comfortable and you know that you can ask anyone anything. But it's taken me like a few moments to feel that way about the new people that I'm working with, right? And what I love about Artel is that it didn't take long at all to feel welcomed, to feel that I could ask for help, to get the opinion of my other coworkers who I'm lucky enough have all been doing hair for around the same amount of time I have been. So yeah, when you work in an environment where you get that camaraderie between your other coworkers, I think is invaluable. Because I've never worked in a salon that experiences, but I hear about it all the time, where there's like drama, or there's cattiness, or they talk about each other behind each other's backs. Like, I don't know if that actually happens anymore.
Oh, it definitely does.
Okay.
Not here, but definitely does.
I was like, wait a minute.
I was like, as an independent stylist, do you find that the team aspect is the same as when you're commissioned? Like, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like, I've never been an independent, and I've never worked at a place where there are independent stylists. So I just wonder, like, do you come in, kind of do your work and leave, or do you like hang? Like, 'cause I feel like we hang out with each other.
Yeah, so I've only been at Artel for almost 3 months now.
Yeah.
And I've yet to hang out with my guys, girls, people outside of the salon yet. But it's winter,
Yeah.
you know? There's no patio.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I've been really fortunate enough. I've only ever worked, this is now the 3rd salon that I've worked in Vancouver. I started at Access, I was there for 8 years, and then I went to Stratosphere, and I was there for 11. Access is commission-based, so very team, manager, leadership, constant education, team meetings, etc. And at Stratosphere, it was half and half. There were half of us that were renters, and the other half were commissioned stylists. But it was run like a cohesive team. When we had a staff meeting, everyone was involved, chair, renters, commission alike. And we all participated in the day-to-day of the business and making sure that all of the systems in place were running smoothly and correctly and cohesively. And everyone was on the same page about customer and client experience. So when everyone is on the same page, whether you're a commission-based salon or a renting situation, as long as everyone is on the same page, I think it's going to feel the same no matter what system is in place.
Yeah, we have a renter at our location on 6th, and I feel like she just completely melts in with us, and there's no weird feelings whatsoever. She just works different days. That's it.
Yeah, like, so to go back, does like everyone fend for themselves? Yes, everyone does fend for themselves. They do their work, they come to work, and at the end of their day, they leave. But in between all of that, everyone is participating in the system of our business, right? We make sure that the back room is always clean and organized for everyone to use, that the washing machine is constantly going. People participate in taking out the trash, the recycling, folding of the towels. If someone is not busy and they're just sitting around, I feel empowered to ask my fellow stylists if they have a minute to help me out. So I don't notice the difference between the commission-based format and a renting format. And to be totally honest, it's unique, I think, to have a renting situation where everyone is on the same page, because I interviewed 5 other salons in Vancouver before interviewing with Eliza for a position here. And within like literally 3 minutes of talking to her, I knew immediately that that's where I wanted to be, because I felt, and that's where it comes down to our client experience, we're humans, we feel things as well. I want to make sure that I feel like I'm a part of something, right? And that's something being a team, a collective, whatever it is. And that's my number one thing. The second number one thing I was looking for was parking. Parking in Vancouver is a thing. It's super expensive. And I have a lot of services that I offer that are 4, 5, 6, 7 hours long. So my client has to be able to not only afford that length of a service, but also have to pay $40 in parking.
Yeah. Yeah, or like it's like here there's something max just 2 hours.
Oh, there's a trick.
So bad.
Who here wants to know the trick?
You go back
Oh,
and
Oh, like,
and then you add pay by phone.
Yeah.
No, no.
Oh.
There's a way better trick.
You delete your car license plate from your Pay by Phone and re-add it. You can add 2 more hours of car key.
Huh, interesting. Nope, that's a great one. That seems like that takes a lot of work. Here, I'll show you. So when you get your clients to pay, so don't get them to pay unless you've educated this beforehand, and hopefully the city of Vancouver doesn't see this. Yeah. Just put like a pixelated pixels over my mouth and voice. Yeah, yeah. Technical difficulties. Okay, so you put your time in for 110 minutes. Okay, 110 minutes, and then you let it fully expire, and then you can go back and you put it for another 110 minutes. And they won't have to move their car. They can use the same meter number. What's that?
They do 119 minutes.
Oh, 119. I've never seen that one work, but
You can't do the full 2?
you cannot do the full 2 hours.
Oh, so if you do anything less than 2 hours, then you can reload another. So do you keep on doing like less than 2 hours?
Yeah, if I have a client that's here for 4, 5, 6 hours, I just get them like, let it expire, another 110 minutes. Let it expire, another 110 minutes. I feel like this particular street, a lot of like parking people will be here like they come and they mark your tire, right?
Something white.
Yeah.
But that could have been like from a different place you parked.
True.
I've always wondered.
Just go out there with it.
Oh yeah.
But now they have some kind of scanner. I've seen them do it around here. Even in the free zones, I don't know what it does, but they know. They know if you've been there.
Okay guys, so just kind of come back to what I'm doing here. So I've applied the entire back. I got my 20 vol in around that nape area, and I transitioned into a 30 right up until the top of the crown. I then moved to the front and I did up until around the parietal ridge area. And then I'm gonna come to this side and do the parietal ridge, up to the parietal ridge on this side. And then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna do the top half, and then I'm gonna finish off with this top half. But now I'm just kind of going through, just opening up and just checking out to see kind of where I'm at. I'm gonna go and check where I put a 20. So on my 20, I would say I'm around a level 7. And just kind of go up. Yeah, and then yeah, I'm like a level 6 right up through here. So we have some processing still to go.
Are you still using 30 vol?
Yep.
Do you only use 20 just at the nape?
Yeah, in that nape area and sometimes around the hairline. Hairline hairs are really gentle and they don't need that level of lift. Also, when you go to tone, that hairline area tends to grab quite quickly.
And when will you start applying to the root on the back?
Do you know what? Yeah, great question. So when do I start applying my root application? I'm gonna probably apply, based on what I'm seeing happening back here, as soon as I am done applying the front. So I'll just go and I'll just flip every foil over and start applying in and at that root area. Yeah, because I'll literally just pick this up and move it around. So I like to use cotton again, just kind of like around that ear area. One, it's going to help kind of lift everything up off the ear. That way I'm not getting any kind of lightener on her ear and all of a sudden she wants to scratch at it. I actually also used color block on her ears as well, just the tops there, so that if I do get lightener on her skin, that it's not too much of an irritant. Sorry? Cotton Ear Joe, I like that.
Dustin, when I was training as well, they told us never to use like a pintail with metal,
Why not?
because it apparently reacts with the bleach.
Oh, I get, maybe it would, but I'm not,
Yeah.
you know, it's just going on. I'm just holding it, right? I'm using it as a way to separate between each section. Oh yeah, perfect.
You guys ever see those like YouTube videos and it's always like this crazy compilation that goes on Facebook of these like hair transformations?
Oh,
and
when
they
they're
have,
so
like,
bad.
They're always really bad, like the water pressure is always really bad. But then one time I was watching this video, they were mixing bleach in a metallic bowl with a metallic whisk, and I wanted to cry. I was like, why are you doing that to yourself?
I want you guys to try and see this. Now that. And I think I have a pair of scissors. There's a pair of scissors in the back with my foils. If you just cut them.
I can do it.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Half?
No, like I need about 3 inches.
3, okay.
So just cut the foils into like 3 sections.
Okay.
If I didn't have cotton, what would I use? I would just stick with the foil. Yeah. Like there are situations where I would just use cotton, and that would be when I'm just doing on scalp application, just like Eileen's. I would paint on cotton, flip, paint on cotton, flip, paint on cotton, flip. And that cotton is going to help with any kind of expansion. It's also going to help every section like from touching one another, because what happens when we have sections of lightener clumped together, that chemical reaction, heat is produced from the chemical reaction, and what's happening in the center of that clump of hair and lightener is that everything in the very center of it is going to lighten a lot quicker than everything on the outside of that clump of section. Does that make sense? Yeah.
But there's like no other alternative, would you say?
I have seen like,
There's like plastic wrap you could use, but it's just like
yeah, like plastic wrap, sure. But the reason, the why I use it is because it creates space, right? The plastic wrap, it can create some space. I also find that it's like kind of annoying to have to tear it apart. The idea behind most of my services is like, how can I perform this service efficiently and in a timely manner? Because I don't want to have to constantly walk back and forth, take time to separate something, etc. So I will set all of that up ahead of time. So I don't tend to use a lot of plastic wrap, even if it's already perforated and easy to rip. It just, for me, takes up time and space. I don't know what, I mean, I do know exactly what your situations are like. You have some space and a trolley. I have just the trolley. So I have to have everything that I use kind of like right here or right here in my pocket.
So do you have a different trolley?
My trolley looks exactly like this.
Really?
Yeah. I also have like a rolling trolley that I have all my tools.
Okay, cool.
But if you've been to Artel, my space is about this wide, and I have about this much space between the client and the wall. So I can't have like my trolley, my rolling trolley, and then the 2 stylists working next to me. So I have to be efficient with my space as well.
Okay, that would be so hard.
It's not hard at all. It just took a second to get used to, you know? Just like getting up in the morning. It's hard, but like, you know, you do it.
So Dustin, say Eileen's hair.
Yeah.
We used to go in with 20 baht, and then halfway through, like 30 minutes in, I go in and reapply. You reapply most of your scalp bleaches.
Do I reapply my scalp bleaches, lighteners?
Because if it dries up.
Yeah, if I have to, yeah. Absolutely. Like, you know, lightener can only do so much.
And like, you know how you're told it stops working after such and such.
Yeah. So how I've, like, you know, what I think I had said something at the beginning about, you know, when we get to the end of our bowl and those last few sections are foils, and then we go to check on it, and for whatever reason, you expect it to be at a certain level and it's like way lower than you thought it was. And that's just because the product's been sitting in the bowl for so long that by the time you got to that last bit of it, it's no longer as strong. So I set myself up for success by creating and pre-measuring most of what I think I will need in the service. But like back to like replying, yeah, you know, Lightener can only do so much, right? So like you being a strong level 3, wanting to being a level 8, that is 5 levels of lift. Like I have to kind of think about what that might take, right? I don't want to put 40 vol on her scalp to get 4 levels of lift. So that probably is going to suggest that I have to do 2 applications. That first application, maybe it's 30, and the second application is maybe 10 or 20. But I would probably end up rinsing it all off so that I don't pull lightener into the already previously lightened stuff unless I need to, right?
Do you ever do like a lower developer on the lid and do the higher developer on the mid shaft and then do like it all at once?
I have done that, and what tends to happen is because our body produces so much heat, even the lower levels of developer is going to process anything that's further away from the head. And I've done that where like hair is this long and I have my foil all the way down here and I've got 40 all the way to the ends, and the ends are still like a level 7, and then this is like a level 9. And they're like, I used 20 at her roots and 40 on her ends. How is that possible, right? Everything furthest away, even from the chair, like when Lightener is sitting down here, right?
Yeah.
And there's no body heat because their body heat is trapped by the garments that we're wearing, etc. And most, you know, like the air temperature down here is different than the air temperature up here, right? We know that warm air travels up, cool air travels down. So everything down here is not going to process as quickly. So what I've done is then I try to get those ends as close as possible to the body heat as I can. Yes?
My mentor, when she did my hair for the first time, my hair was like virgin. She did,
Virgin hair.
she did the top and the bottom. So she did the bottom, the top, and then the middle.
The bottom, so like the
So
ends.
Like, no, like she did this. So what?
Yeah.
So essentially, because what she explained to me is because the foils sit on top of each other, they keep it warmer. So then she said that the middle would process the fastest. So then she ended up doing the nape and then the top and then the middle.
You're talking about the sections, not
Yeah,
the
the
hair.
section. And then no, because it's the same. Because you're just sectioning off.
Was it like a?
It was in foils. What?
In foil?
Yes.
And I swear it was like it was super even. But I wonder, like, I've never seen anyone else do that.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I feel like there's a, do you know what, she has, she knew the why she was
Yeah.
doing it, right?
Yes.
So in anything that we do, as long as we understand the why behind what it is that we're doing,
Yeah.
I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah. But I
Exactly
never
right.
done it, but I was
Intention,
like,
knowing.
I was like, I wonder if anybody else knows and has done it.
I can't say that I've ever done that. I also, like my education in foiling is like different than a lot of people I've seen do today. Like a lot of stylists, they put their foil in and they push it in and then they fold it over and then they work from top to bottom. Gravity is a very strong force. So if I'm throwing hair all the way up here and trying to work down here when all of this is up here and all it wants to do is come down, I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up strictly because gravity is the opposing force in this situation. And I want it to work with me, not against me, right? So yeah. Let's do
No, I see that too. I always think it's weird, like that people flip their foils and then do another foil.
Yeah, you guys have seen this thing that it's some technique that has come out recently where the stylist who I guess created it basically goes through and takes fine slices over the entire head, applies her lightener, puts on a barrier of some sort, either foil or wrap, takes it
Oh, like the whole section and then wrap, and the whole section and then wrap. Oh, they flip up the wrap. Oh, I've only just saw that. Yeah, I just saw that. I don't.
Every single hair either has a base color or a lighter on it. So everything has something on it.
Well, that would be very hard for next, like,
Right?
But I see a lot of people do that where they always piggyback. Like online, I've always seen people piggyback where it's like, where they put it and then they put it, and I think it's just so that they don't have to deal with the
I think
separate
that
pattern.
became something different.
Almost
This is a
like
very specific way.
No, I
Yes,
saw that.
please.
I saw that, but I
So
always
it's
see people do that all the time.
15 grams of lightener, 30 grams of 30 vol, and then up to that little line.
116.
Yeah.
But that's actually crazy. And you know what it is? It's like for me, it's that type of paper. Yeah.
Yeah, I get a little, like, I guess, fear-based when it comes to mixing two different types of situations on the head. Like, I'm okay to use like two different types of levels of lightener, but to put like a color and a toner and lightener all in the exact same situation, I mean, you guys have all seen what happens when we mix lightener with color, right? Like, it's an immediate reaction. It's like chemical warfare in the bowl, right? Right? So now I'm applying that chemical warfare to my client's head. I just see too many things can go wrong, right? It can, exactly right. It can get messy. And remember back to the conversation we had about client experience, what we do and how we do it contributes to how they feel when they leave the salon, right? So if I'm messy in my application, they're going to think I'm messy and they're going to feel that I'm messy, which is going to, they're going to maybe lose a little bit of trust or confidence in me as a stylist. Maybe if you're motivated by money, your gratuity might be a little less at the end of the service if that is, you know, not every salon has that, but you know, all of these things kind of go into my head and my approach to these services. What was that?
It's being forwarded to the other locations, which is a little bit.
Cute.
if you're doing highlights and you're toning afterwards, do you like to base break or do you just kind of do unbreaking?
That's a great question. Okay, so bake, brace. English is my first language. Base breaking. So base breaking will give us like what, maybe half a level of lift. What happens when we lift the hair? It exposes warmth. Now, what if somebody wants, I want to be like as icy as possible? Not a great idea, right? And there was like a fair amount of years where everybody wants to be like cool, right? Everyone's got to be this cool, toned hair. So you use something that has like a higher level of developer within your toner and you get a little bit of lift out of it, even at half a level. That half a level of lift next to something that is meant to look cool is now going to look really, really warm, if not orange looking. Yeah. So I'm not a huge fan of base breaking unless that person is like, yes, I want to be like this bright blonde, I love warmth, and I'm okay to come back in 5 weeks. Because what happens when we break the base on a set of highlights is that as they grow out, you have a really strong line of demarcation, right? And all of a sudden now they have some major roots. So I feel like the trend of late has been more lived in and less services, right? So how do we make our colors and the work that we do have longevity to it? I think it's best when there is some way of blending or softening that line of demarcation. And the best way of doing that is like you can do your balayage or your hand painted service kind of everywhere, and then just do like old school baby light highlight application in that parting area. So they get like the brightness of wanting to be blonde and light, but also the grow out isn't as severe.
I did that yesterday.
someone had asked about about charging. If anyone have ever goes to like my Instagram or the website to my booking system, I have like 4 options when it comes to like lightening, color, balayage, highlights, baby lights, doesn't matter what it is. I base it on time. So a partial highlight, 3 hours. A full set of highlights, 4 hours. A partial balayage, 3 hours. Full balayage, 4 hours. It's all based on time. So I've created a 3-hour lightening service, and that can be anything that that client wants. They want me to do hand painted, they want foils, they want Olaplex, they need toner, doesn't matter. I'll base it on time. So no matter what technique I use, that's up to me as the artist or the technician to choose. After having a thorough consultation, I know what products, tools, techniques I need to use to get them to that end result. So then it goes back to like I just charge based on the time it took me plus the product that I used to achieve the service.
I sometimes find that confusing, like with our pricing, we have balayage and we have highlights.
Actually, if you look, the pricing of your highlights and the pricing of the balayage are the same.
Ours aren't. No, they're not.
A full head of highlights and a full balayage are not priced the same? Oh, that must have changed because that's what I based like my charging when I came to Stratosphere. Was that a full balayage was very similar. I think actually it was a $10 difference, if I remember correctly.
Like 30. Yeah. And I always am confused on what to, because I'm like,
Because you could be
highlight it.
full.
Yeah, yes,
But
yes.
most of us have a balayage, like if you book a balayage, it's a little bit longer of a service than if you book a full.
Mine's the same.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mine's a little bit different.
I think also,
Yeah.
realistically, when people looking for a balayage, it's not hand painting.
No.
It
It's
is
what?
It's not hand painting a lot of times.
Yeah.
It is full
Still
work, and I
yeah.
do think that sometimes when you do a full highlight, a lot of them are my like clients that come in all the time. It doesn't take me as much work as like doing a full TC light highlight
Where you're like blending.
completely different placement.
100%.
First, like your regrowth of like 2.5 months.
Kind of mechanical too, like, yeah, really good.
So I do kind of think in a way there should be a different charge, but I think it doesn't always align if someone goes in for a balayage that they're getting a balayage.
100%.
So the amount of work that you put in on product.
So then I think it might be just worth having a conversation, each to their own, and the person who decides that, like it takes me this amount of time to do this service, it also takes me this amount of time to do this service. I'd like to just charge blanket per hour and then charge for the product that you use, right? I noticed that you guys have salon scale back there, right? So that is a really great way of just keeping it fair and safe for everyone, for your clients, for yourself, and then for the salon, making sure that they, that the product they've purchased is also getting taken care of in the service that you are charging for.
Getting better.
Yeah, do not be afraid. I mean, it's easier said than done. I'm, just like you guys, I started somewhere and I heard, what they were saying and I immediately was like, oh, like, they're broke. I'm going to charge less because I feel bad, right? But the one thing that we don't know is that even though we think that they're broke, they have kids or they're an only parent, they work 2 jobs, whatever, we don't know that they've actually saved all of their pennies for that service, right? They want to spend what they have saved on the service that you're going to provide to them, right? And
And they don't have to see you.
I will
Don't
also
just
say,
value yourself.
I feel
Exactly.
like I had one situation which made me rethink that a lot, and it was like, I remember a client telling me that they didn't have enough, and she'd been coming to me for a really long time, and I was like, what do I do, right, at this point?
what do you mean she didn't have enough? She got to the front desk and she's like, ooh.
No, she told me that, she told me what she could afford, right?
Okay.
And so I made it work for that, and I made And then at the front, she's buying 2 1-liter shampoos.
See?
And I was like,
Exactly.
what did I just do? Like, you had enough money to buy the shampoo and conditioner, and you just spent over $100 on that. But then there was a budget for my time, and I was like, now I just, once that happened to me once, then I'm like very.
Do you know what? The one thing, I think you did everything right? Like, she gave you her budget.
Totally.
And that's fine. And now, okay, so now that we've discussed everything and she's given you your budget, now you kind of have to go back and be like, okay, like based on your budget, this is what we can do for you today. And you've done the best job that you could, and that's fine. But again, it's not for us to decide how they spend their money and what they spend their money on. So if they're buying a product that you've recommended to them, then that is also adding to their their experience with you, right? I think one thing that you could probably take away from that, and I think everyone can probably take away from that, is that we have to stop thinking about what could potentially going on in their head around money and budget and what we think they can or can't afford. You know what I mean? It is not for us to hold or have opinions on that. Our job is to make sure that our clients are having a good experience, that we are doing the best job we can with the tools and education that are given to us, and that's it.
Totally.
You know?
And that's the biggest thing about consultation. Like, if you're thought out about your budget, like how much stuff's gonna cost. If it doesn't work for you, either find an alternative or unfortunately I'm not your hairstylist.
Right. I mean, I hear you on that one, and like I said, always feel empowered to say no. But again, it's going to come down to that customer experience. And that experience starts right through when they walk through the front door. So you can say no, but you should have a plan as to what you could do for them then and there, because you don't want to lose out on the opportunity to gain a new client, make a few dollar bills, and be busy as a stylist, right? Now, if someone's like demanding, like, I need a bleach out, and you said, well, based on everything we just talked about, I don't think it's safe to do so, then you say, no, I'm not the stylist for you. And if they're that type of person, and we all experience that, you don't want to recommend them to anyone else in the salon either, because they'll just create an issue for them. In my personal experience, that not everyone would agree. But that's okay. Or maybe you know someone who can actually handle that type of person. I would say over the course of my career, I've definitely been that person for a lot of my junior stylists. They don't know how to have that conversation. They don't like the idea of confrontation, right? But it doesn't have to be confronting, right? There's a way of saying no positively. Right? It's all about the language we use and how we say it and how we say it to them. And like whether we're talking to them looking at them in the eye or whether we're talking to them looking at them through the mirror, right? That also changes, subconsciously how they're receiving the information that you're giving them.
I think it's hard when you're first starting out to say no. I think we all want to say yes to everything.
Absolutely. Also, and you don't even know sometimes what you're saying no to exactly, right? Because of inexperience or have never seen the situation before. Exactly right.
For me, it took a long time to be able, or to get to a point where I was able to say no.
Yeah.
You know, where you feel comfortable being like, I'm not going to do this.
I'm not gonna do- yeah, totally.
You know, or like, let's find an
How are you feeling?
alternative, right?
Okay, great.
Finding that honesty, right? I think in the beginning, we all want to just like, yes, yes, yes. And
Takes a
go.
long time. Yeah. Or they're unhappy.
Like when you're fresh, you're like you laugh in consultation. You're so excited to say yes to everything, and then you don't always pick up like those little hints. Like later, you get a gut feeling. You know, like you're not going to be able to do what the expectation is of the client. When you're new, yeah, you're like yes, yes, yes.
I'll do it all.
Totally. And then midway through, they're like, oh, I always hate when this happens, and you're like,
There's so many.
you know, you didn't talk about it enough before.
I will say it's a lot harder to, like, for example, I find if somebody's like unhappy, I find it a lot harder to deal with your own person that's unhappy versus dealing with somebody else's person that's unhappy.
Yeah, when you have an emotional
Because you have a
connection,
different
totally.
perspective. don't know. Like I've always been fine. Like somebody's like, oh, I need help, and then I can go help them. But like if it's my own client,
You're like, I got this.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like, I like it's like.
Is that because a lot of people ask you specifically for help?
Well, like in the sense of if there's somebody difficult, yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm just very direct, I would say, as a person. So when it happens to me,
School's out.
then I'm like confused. Like, I don't know what else to say. I've said it all. I turned to Eliza. She's my me. Yeah. That's
We all have like that one.
yeah. Like, I think it's just so scary when it's your own. You're like, oh, we talked about this. Yeah.
I think there's half the time that, like most of the time you could have done something better in that case. Either if it's their consultation and setting them up realistically, or it's like maybe something that you did wrong and you don't really want to admit it, or it's an ego thing. I think a lot of times there is something that could have been done differently that was setting them up for the expected, like what you're giving them at the end. So I think a lot of times, even though they might not be happy and like we did our job, like there's something we could have done better to make it amazing.
Yep. I think, what is okay, so you've done this person's hair and now they're coming back to you. So you have the same routine, you've created that system for yourself, you have a really in-depth consultation. What do you think the hardest question as a stylist or an artist we can ask our guest?
What don't you like?
Yeah. I do that though.
How was your last service? How was the haircut I gave you? How do you feel about the color last time? Oh, so much anxiety surrounding those questions when you see a client back in your chair because you may feel like you did a great job and they left like feeling happy and then they go home and they do it themselves and they're like, oh, okay, like it is what it is. Like it's done now. I have options here. I can call back and be like, I don't like it, or I just wait and I'm gonna go back to them. I really enjoyed most of my time with that stylist, so I'm gonna go back, right? The first question that I ask after setting myself up and setting them up, like, hey, how are you doing? How was your last haircut? I always ask, and I have clients that sit in my chair every second Friday, every third Friday, even though it's the same service, it's pretty much the same haircut. I use the exact same techniques. It takes me the same amount of time, but I constantly always ask them, how was the last service? And I would say the expectation in my head is that, yeah, it's gonna be good, obviously, right? They come back, I must be doing something right. But then you do get, they're like, actually, as soon as they hear that word actually, I'm like, I have a bead of sweat, and then like my back is starting to get warm. I'm like, oh God. Now, not only do I have to like up my service, I have to address what I thought went wrong or what they feel is wrong, right? That's the hardest one for me. But then they tell you, they're like, actually, like this one piece. And then you address that situation and you do it openly and you talk about it so that they feel, remember, it all goes back to how they feel. Please tell me I did not get lightener on my new black shirt. Yeah, just making sure that they feel heard and that you've taken care of them. Not the easiest question to ask because we don't want our own ego or feelings to be bruised or hurt.
I just want to ask you how you feel. So it's like you are the hair doctor, basically.
Yes. And every time I try to go and give my client a gown, they always put their arms out like this. They've been coming to salons forever, and they constantly go to put your arms out like we're the hospital gown.
I just tell them it's a bathrobe, and then they kind of put two and two together and put it on like a bathrobe.
I say like a jacket, and they still put their arms out like it's a hospital gown.
Not that kind of a jacket. But like I have had robes like or Kevin Murphy ones were like that, and I was like, put it on like a snuggie.
You can like turn it into a joke. You'd be like, I may be the doctor of love, but I'm your hairstylist. Oh, right. So we're just coming to the last sections here. Does anyone have any kind of questions about what I'm doing, how I'm doing it? Do you guys want to come up and have a look?
If it wasn't such a root adaptation, say if she came in after like 6 to 8 weeks.
If she came in 6 to 8 weeks and
No,
they,
if she didn't even have that much root. So say if she had like 8 weeks root, would you put it in for it?
8 weeks root, so like give me a length of root. Oh, I probably wouldn't. I would just probably use cotton. Yeah.
What's your timeline before you put it in a foil?
Like when I have to leave a little bit of space on her scalp and like when there's more than an inch of root that I have to paint on. So like even anything less than this, I probably would still use a foil. I would only ever not use a foil, or actually I would not use a foil when it's that exact situation where I can just paint on the root, not too stressed about overlap or demarcation, throw cotton there to absorb any expansion and to just lift hair off the head so that I get an even lift everywhere. Yeah. But a barrier of some kind when you are trying to incubate the lightener is going to be super important, especially when we're going from something dark to something so light.
What was your measurement of Olaplex in your application?
I don't know. I know because I can measure it.
Like 180, 160?
Yeah, so I think it's like 1/8 that I use for 15 grams of lightener, and then like the full 5 mils for 30 grams of lightener. Yeah. I think yeah, like whatever the line was that I pointed to. Yeah.
No, everyone does it different. Like, sometimes people don't put like the full amount in. I put extra.
I found it.
Does anyone know how Olaplex works? Sorry? Yeah, exactly right. Like our disulfide bonds within the hair shaft, if you can imagine, like it's a ladder, or like a ladder that's been twisted. So those are the disulfide bonds, and then all the steps in the ladder, they break down when we apply lightener. And so Olaplex goes in and they rebuild that ladder, and that's kind of creating the new, stronger, hydrating bonds that holds onto a lot of water. Yeah. Okay, so I've just finished the mid-shaft application of our lightener. I'm just gonna kind of go and have a peek at kind of what's happening here. Everyone maybe want to come and have a look.
Oh yeah. Oh, she's not.
So I would say that I'm around a level 7, 8. And so at this point here, I'm gonna go and apply to her root. But I'm just gonna give it a second. I'm gonna go mix up some more lightener. So at this point in the service, when I know that I can just apply lightener quite quickly to the root area, I don't need to make such a small batch. I know for a fact that I'm going to go through about 30 grams of lightener in this half a head. So I'm free to make up that amount, knowing that the speed of the application is quite quickly, nothing like where I have to put a separator or a barrier between each section. So let's just give it like a minute here. I'm going to mix up. I need some water. H to mother O. Yep, 30 vol. I got 30 vol. I feel safe to use 30 vol because I put that scalp primer on her hair. Also, it's going to give me the ability to kind of go through if I missed any areas, like I saw like a little bit of like a little dark streak there. So I'll just flip all of these over. The one thing I didn't do at the very beginning, and it is not that big of a deal because I've met you all once before, but only once. And so I am really, really bad with names and et cetera. So if you wouldn't mind just like telling me your name and how you started in our gorgeous industry. Anyone can go first? Eileen, you go first.
So my name's Eileen, and I started like I think I was 20. It's been 6 years, and I'm 31. So I started at 25. Thank you. But from the age of 19, like I've been getting my hair lightened, and I had 3 stylists in my life that I've had that have asked me to become a stylist. So my first one actually offered to pay me the same as like what I was making in finance to go to school for hair, but then I turned it down. And then the second time, I got a similar offer of like she would mentor me for a while, and then they would get me like a scholarship to the school. And then the third time was like I would hang out with my hairstylist, we were friends, and then I got kind of tired of my job, and then she told me to become a hairdresser, and I just did it.
Amazing. Let's go, great.
That's how I got into hair. Yeah.
Ria.
Hello, I'm Maria. I know all of you. So, I actually never thought I would do hair, which is kind of funny because when I look back at it, I always like there were moments that kind of built up to it, but it didn't click until like a couple years ago. And I was like having a crisis with my dad when I was like 18. I was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to support myself as an adult. And like some of us in this room, I had like a really big like emo face. I was coloring my own hair all the time. I did like my friend hair after school in my bathroom, just like random stuff from like the drugstore, but like that's all I could get access to. And my dad's like, okay, but like we went to this. It was the first time I had ever had my hair professionally done by somebody, and the first time I had somebody else that wasn't me do my hair when I was I think 18 or 17. And my dad was like, you see all these hairstylists rolling around in Mercedes Benzes and their Bentleys? He was like, you could make
Hairstylists
hair.
rolling around in Bentleys?
Yeah, apparently, I don't know, but they all have like nice cars. And he was like,
I want to know where.
you've always done your mom's hair and your sister's hair and your friend's hair. He's like, and you're creative. Like, why don't you go do hair? And I impulsively signed up to hair at Bleach within 2 months and got a scholarship. And it was like super random, but every single month that I continued to do hair, I kept falling more and more in love with it. And I'm a social person, and I'm like a social chameleon, so I find it very easy to adapt to quiet clients, talkative clients, and like I like creating and doing art. And so the more and more I got used to doing hair, the more I realized that this is a career I could see myself in the long run, especially looking back at like how often I used to do my own hair and like do everyone else's hair. It's funny, I say I never pictured myself doing it, but then in retrospect, I'm like, oh, it's kind of cool.
You've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, meant to be. It'll be 5 years in June.
Nice. Alexa.
Hey y'all, I'm Alexa. Yeah, kind of a similar story. Went to makeup school though, and just had extra money in the RESP, so I went to hair school. Didn't really know I was signing up for like cutting and coloring.
Oh.
I thought I was just learning bridal for 6 months, so I could do it with like makeup. And then just got a job while I was working there, and then they offered me a job outside of school. I didn't really see myself doing it until maybe like 6 months on the floor. I don't know, I just felt like another thing I was doing. But then I started like it. And now I do it. And that's it.
Nice.
I'm Annie. I'm the receptionist. I finished at JCI at the end of November. So
What?
very fresh. I always like loved hair, wanted to do it, but it was always something kind of like not as encouraged by my family because I was like, I'm gonna go into teaching, you know. So I was actually living in Kelowna doing a CCD program
That's always nice to have like a little connection into somewhere you want to work. Yep.
I'm Casey, and originally I'm an artist, and I used to teach art.
Used to teach art.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
cool.
I went into special effects makeup, which is like painting on people. But it's like it's a good job, but people don't talk to you, and it's lonely.
When you're doing makeup or special
Like, you don't
effects.
want to talk to like or move. You just sit there. And then well, also because it was like something that I do as like my own little hobby, and it just became like a job.
Yes.
Felt like a job, and that wasn't a plan anymore. So I moved more into hair, and then people talk to you, and everyone has like a different life in between. Like even if you see them 6 weeks, 100 things happen in their life, so it's like stimulating all the time. It's nice.
If you guys, here, I'll actually do this so that you can.
And it's still like painting on hair.
You like, yeah, that's amazing.
It's still art.
It's still art. It is very much art. It's technical, but I mean, so is art. I mean, like you have to understand color, shape, design. Yeah, that's also why I love hair, because of the art and the.
Just like another canvas.
Exactly right.
My name's Layla.
Hey, Layla.
I was always told that hair wouldn't get me anywhere, so I never wanted to, well, not never wanted to, but was told to do everything but. So I went to school for a couple things, and then someone in my family who I'd never met before met me and asked me where I got my hair done. And she was like, you need to go to school since you do it yourself, and come work for me after.
Cool.
Yeah.
I grew up in the country in Manitoba. My town I grew up in was about 65 people strong.
Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say 65,000.
Oh no, there was like 8 families and 25 dogs, and we all knew each other. But you can imagine the type of people, right? So I was a little boy, I was not joking. I was a very flamboyant little boy who wanted to do hair like from the get-go and was told no. Like flat out, you are not doing that. Boys don't do hair. You can't make a living off of it. And so it's not that I didn't not talk about it, I put it aside. I just didn't tell the people that told me no that that's what I wanted to do, but did it anyway. And when I moved to Vancouver, I went to hair school and didn't tell anyone I was going to hair school, and graduated top of my class, got a great job, started making a tiny bit of money, and then I flew my parents out here on my dime and told them I'm a hairstylist and I'm a successful hairstylist and I love doing it and I make money doing it. Yeah. And they're like, oh, okay, like as long as you're happy. It's like, really? You could have said that to me like 20 years ago, exactly right, and encouraged this. So I feel you on that.
After graduation, my dad said, I should have listened to you when you were a kid. You were right.
Yeah. Validation.
Hi, I'm Maggie. I work with Dustin and Creative Assistant. I basically have always been really into art since I was a kid. And then when I was 14, I think I'd be doing like my own hair or my friend's hair. And then I was like, ooh, this is fun. Maybe I can do it in the future. And of course, having Chinese parents, they're like, hell no. You're going to university. So I did that. And then during my university, I volunteered at a salon. And I was assisting for a while, for the full 4.5 years. Wow. Yeah, and then I still wanted to do it so bad, especially during the assisting part. I realized that it wasn't just the artistry and the creativity that I love, but also building relationships with the clients, and you become friends, you learn so much
Dustin was one of my teachers. Really? Yeah. So I was like, oh, so excited when he was like starting at Fraser. So yeah, have been doing hair officially, I guess, for like 11 years.
Oh my God, I was your teacher 11 years ago.
You're just a substitute.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But we love you so much.
I love education. I love being a student. I've been very fortunate in my career to be able to like travel around the world and go to several really luxury, prestigious academies, and have been able to like get my toes wet in a lot of facets of our industry, whether it was salons, session styling, or photo shoots and fashion shows. And the biggest thing that I took away from all of that is like the learning and the things that you get to absorb from other people, because like art, there's not like a ton of like wrong ways to do this, right? There's a bazillion different ways that we can approach some of the services that we offer behind the chair. So yes, education. I love it. It's like, I think that's what keeps us fresh and current and in the know, inspired, exactly right. And if we are the type of people that like work in the salon as part of our career, our guests like to know that we're doing these things. They want to hear that you are bettering yourself or exploring other avenues of our industry, whether it be makeup or photo shoots or fashion work or session styling or solely bridal. So yeah, education. Which I am very, very excited about the blow dry class that we'll do in a month or so, I think it is.
I'm Megan.
Megan?
Yes.
Megan.
I honestly don't have like that exciting of a story. I went to hair school pretty young out of high school, just like didn't really know what I wanted to do. And I actually wanted to work on set. In film, TV and film, that was like my goal. I went to Black McDonald's specifically so I could get training to do that, and then I was not willing to work for free. I wasn't willing to put in the volunteer hours that were expected of me at the end. I ended up working in a salon and kind of just stuck with it. I like the social part of it. I like the money that comes with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I think too, it's important to recognize for ourselves as individuals what motivates us. And I don't know about you guys, but I was 17 years old and I moved myself into the West End and I had a job at Access and I made minimum wage. When I was 17 years old, however long ago that was, the cost of living was a lot less. I mean, it was still quite high for someone who was 17 living on their own in the West End. But had someone told me then how hard and how much work it was going to take to establish myself and create a paycheck that hopefully I wasn't living paycheck to paycheck from, I would have been like, nope, I'm out. That is too much for me. But no one told me, thankfully, because of the life that I have now, right? I mean, the things that I find inspiring is this situation, being able to hear everyone else's story and where they come from and the things that excite them, and then the stories that we get to share as artists and the things that we've come across and the stuff that we can learn from one another. I could literally vomit all of the things that I love about all of this, but the one thing that of late that I find really motivating is money. And that's only because I want to buy a house. I want to own an apartment or something where I'm not constantly paying rent to someone else's retirement. So yeah, money.
Hi, I'm Orla. So I started out of school when I was 17. I went to a hair college in Ireland. But like that, like when it wasn't,
Chin down for me.
I wanted to be a hairdresser, but no one
Mm-hmm.
So came out of there and like another 3 years kind of on the floor assistant before I had my own cardio on the floor.
That's-
Did that and then moved here 2.5 years ago. And yeah, I've been working here for a year and a half. But yeah, like I love my job and like the money part is a big part of it, but like even moving here, like I came with no clientele. So I was like, fuck, what am I actually doing? But now knowing like I've clients coming into my chair and they're like, oh, I heard of such and such, I should come to you. That's a big part of being proud in yourself, I think.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And over that, over the money, I would take that. So I'm like, okay, my work is out there and it's doing well. I'm like, I'm happy.
Yep.
And then the money comes on top of it. But yeah.
Me? My turn. My name's Allie.
Allie.
I started out in hair later in life. Like, I mean, I was 24, 25 when I went to school.
That's not late.
Yeah, no, but I had already gone to university. I thought I wanted to work for a service.
Oh, green circle pickup. I think we need to make a little bit of space to pull all of that back. I'm going to mix up some more lightener. So just a quick interruption here. So I have applied my lightener to the root area in the back. It has definitely got some time to go. So I am happy that I have chosen to use 30 vol, knowing that the intention behind today's service is to try to get to a level 9 without too much demarcation or overlap, etc. And I've just remixed some fresh lightener to go and now start into the front. Once I've applied that front area, I think it's appropriate that we just like take a break and let this continue to process. And then I'll wash it off and hopefully decide on a toner together. So just to go, we ended off with you.
Interrupted.
Sorry, interrupted. I apologize. Ooh.
Yeah, so I was 25 when I went to school. I went to university. I have a fine arts degree in theater production.
Oh, cool.
Never intended to be a hairstylist. I always enjoyed it. Like when I was younger, I always did my friend's hair, and I was a dancer as well. So for competitions and things, I really enjoyed it. But it was never something I thought I would do until the theater world didn't really work out. It wasn't planned, but then I thought long and hard and was like, maybe I do want to be a hairstylist. And that was 12 years ago. So, and I'm very, very happy that I fell into this. It's been great.
That's amazing. I don't know a single person who is like, I actually don't love it. Like,
Yeah. Well, I do. I know.
I know. I feel like I've
There's
learned
only
so
people from my class that still do hair.
Yeah. A lot
Yeah.
of people don't do hair either from my hair to my hair.
I've seen so many people like walk away and come back. It's like not necessarily like just fully leave it, but sometimes it's hard. Like I've had a lot of friends that have like had a baby. It didn't feel like restarting again. You know what I mean? Or like they eventually said yes to everything, then didn't have the clientele they wanted.
right.
Like the average career of a hairstylist is 4 years. Like a lot of people don't realize how
Totally. Yeah, it's like to break in to the industry, it takes a lot of sweat, literal blood, and tears. You know, we cut ourselves. I mean, I've cut my thumb off once, so I don't know about you guys. What's that? The story goes I wasn't really paying attention and my thumb was out and I was cutting and I wasn't, and literally the whole top of my, it happened so fast. And if I remember correctly, I was probably grossly hungover. You know, I was in my early 20s, right? So that's par for the course. So if you know anything about what it's like to be hung over and blood, your blood thins, right? All over the place.
I was getting a barber cut once, and the blood was streaming down my hand, but I didn't notice because I had just sharpened my scissors. And the guy in my chair was like, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm fine, listen, are you okay? Is everything okay? I'm asking him if he's okay. And then the blood was like, no. And I was like,
It dripped on their face?
but he was like, I had, from school, I had this guy in my chair, and he was like, oh my God,
I almost lost all my bleach.
so funny.
My lightener.
Yeah.
So as I'm kind of going through here, painting on the root, it's also an opportunity to just like go over any areas that you potentially could have missed. Jordan.
Hi, I'm Jordan.
Hey, girl.
So the year was 2004, and
Oh my God, yes. I'm here for this story.
the youth had just put out their album, In Love and Death. And I saw these haircuts that I had never seen before in my life. These people didn't have eyes, and I loved it. They were just bangs, that was it, and I loved it. I saw that and I thought, that's who I want to be, that's me. So I tried many hair salons to get this dream haircut of mine. Never worked out, they always just cut my hair short. I wasn't a short hair person at the time. So I took matters into my own hands and I got very creative with a razor blade and I started cutting my own hair. And then I started cutting all my friends' hair because we were all like 14-year-old emos. So, and I had this like emo hair salon in my house basically at age 14 with no idea what chemicals I'm using. I used house bleach on my own hair once.
Oh my goodness.
It was hard, yeah. So then I get to like the end of high school and it's becoming like quickly apparent that I'm going to need to find a way to support myself very quickly. And yeah, hair school was a 1-year program and it was something that I already loved. So
Amazing. I love that this started with a band. That's so great.
really it started with a dream, you know?
Right.
Is what it started with.
Amazing. It started with a dream.
Started with Nexovia.
It's also funny that I'm wearing this shirt.
I know, how great is that?
I didn't know that. I had no idea we were going to play this game, I promise.
Bonjour.
So I'm Caroline. Sorry, I still don't know how to pronounce my name in English, so sorry. This is how it is.
Well, what is it in French? Can I see your mouth when you say it? Can I see your mouth when you say it?
Caroline.
Caroline. All right. And then how does everyone else say it?
Caroline.
Yeah. Say it.
Yeah, like you guys, I always wanted to, not all of you, but I always wanted to be a hairstylist, and my mom didn't want to. So yeah, I did everything she wanted before that. So I did like fashion school. I went to the university for art, like so many stuff. And at 21, I just decided like I need to do what I want.
It's a lot of schooling, yeah.
Yeah, and so I was old. I was 21 at that time, so I had to find twice harder because we start at 15 or 16 in France, so I was old. Like,
Right, yes,
they
yes,
told me
yes.
I was too old and everything, but I did it. And yeah, I moved in Vancouver like 5 years ago, and yeah, I had to learn a different language, to pay the clientele, everything, and I'm
Here you are, killing it.
yeah,
Like,
oh, I'm fine.
Amazing, that's so great. Well, good job, first of all.
I was late, so can I take a pass on this? Please?
Sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll introduce myself. Hi, I am Kelly,
Hey, Kelly.
the receptionist at Arsenal Campus.
you are our guest services coordinator.
Ooh, again, all about the language we use, right?
I am the opposite of a hair lover. I did hair and Blanche for like maybe 2 months in the global makeup artistry program and cried my eyes out. So that was not my choice. I do makeup as a just a side hustle. COVID kind of like set it back because I'm immune compromised and life kind of got crazy. I started out just doing cosplay at like a really young age and loving makeup since then. But I haven't done that in a while. Other than that, receptionist extraordinaire. I love my staff and I love my job.
Yeah, that's so great.
We love Kelly.
She's really good at her job.
Always take care of your receptionists because they are your first point of contact.
It can make your life a living.
Well, that's the thing, it's like your front desk coordinator can make your life a lot easier or a lot harder.
Yep,
It's one of the two, and there's no in between really.
To me, this is one of the most important persons.
Yeah, most important person on the phone.
Yeah, for sure.
exactly right. I would agree.
Keep us together. Keep us sane.
And we would say that to here or not, so.
Yeah, honestly, yes. She does so many things. Like, it's not just a front desk job.
Like, she really does like run our location. Like,
Do you ever take phone calls to book appointments? Like, do people still call?
Um,
No, well, I'm just out of curiosity, as like an independent stylist, I wonder.
yeah, if they do, this is the thing, if they do call, I don't have time to answer it,
Okay,
right? So I've curated the type of environment where I get them to like, they can text at any time of the day. I won't respond at any time of the day, but I will they can text whenever they want. And I have an online booking system, as you guys all know. And the system that I had previously to coming to Artel, I thought was simple. And then I came to Artel, and it is literally like breathing. It's so easy that I steer my clients in that direction. Because they know their schedule. The hardest thing is like, yeah, I'm available, like, okay, great, like, can I come in on this date? No, I'm booked. Can I come in on this date? No, I'm booked. Okay, I don't know your schedule and I'm busy, so please visit the website. It's actually very, very easy. And as soon as they do that, they're like, oh, that was the easiest thing in the world. And then they book the whole year out because it's so easy.
I feel like call-in booking can be kind of like a double-edged sword sometimes, because if you have like one haircut at like 10, and then you have like a nut that you do like a consult or a bang room at like 6:30, and then you're like, oh, then what?
Yeah, so it sometimes can tend to turn into like a little bit of a mini consultation over the phone. And you're like, I actually don't have time for this right now. I'm busy. We can have this consultation during your service. Or if you give them too information and then they don't book with you and then they go somewhere else, that's also kind of annoying. Because you just gave them your expertise for free.
you know, it's really cool when that situation happens and then they ask you to fix it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love those moments.
And you're like, oh, sorry, I don't do hair anymore.
I actually love it when they come back after that because it instills, it's like a little bit of a confidence booster, ego booster, and you're like, yeah, I'm actually good at this,
It also
you know?
will solidify your relationship with that client because they're like, I'm never trusting anyone else.
Yeah.
Totally.
You saved me.
Does anyone have any questions about what it is I'm doing here right now? What about my online people? Anybody? Anything? No? Sorry? I'm using 30. Yep.
Are you pulling down into all the mids or just like where you might need it?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you want to come and look, come over here and I'll show you. So you can see I've got like what's happening right here at the root area and this like orangey band with a little bit of something happening right there.
Yeah.
So that gives me an opportunity to go and put on that root. I'm going to flip that back up and this paint on all of that orange stuff on that root area and then find that little dark band.
Yeah,
exactly. And then throw this up off to the side so that I don't get. And then I just flip that back up.
Yeah, and you're like pulling the foil up a little bit, hey?
Yeah, so I slide it up a little bit, exactly right. So then I just do the exact same thing. I can flip it back up and then go in and paint on the underside, get anything I missed. Boom.
Beautiful. How important do you think the tension is there when you're pulling it up?
Yeah, it's important. If it's like this,
Yeah.
what happens is that the lightener picks up hair and I have now a different situation I have to address.
Yeah.
So tension on that section gives, not only can I hold it here and create tension, I can like lift up, push lightener through in that same breath, lift it up, get the underneath side, and then done. And I just flip that up.
One little guy.
Also notice, like again, about setting yourself up for success is like not putting down some of the tools that you constantly are needing. I see it all the time where they put their stuff down and they organize and then they pick up their brush and then they have to pick up their tool again. It doesn't, you know, like our hands are built to hold on to a lot of things all at once, right? It's just like exercising a muscle that you've never exercised before. It will get stronger if you do it more often. So, you know, you can hold on to several things at once while doing, you know, performing whatever service that you're performing.
I remember when I was in school, if anyone got caught putting down like their cell phones, do something like
Phil used to have like an air horn. Drop stuff.
Oh my gosh. That is,
Yeah, no one ever did that to us.
We just got deducted. Like if you, yeah, straight up. And then I remember like she used to set a timer. Like she was like, okay, everybody's shirt, and we could set a timer. If you went over the timer, like terms or blow dry or something like that. Every 5 minutes was like a deduction. Yeah.
What group were you in?
Sorry.
What group were you?
Like really early, like 6, I think.
Wow.
There were only 8 of us in my class.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that I was a part of the group. I went to Bleach. Yeah.
33?
I don't even know what my group is.
33 you said?
Yeah.
Oh, cute. I'm so far out. I'm 113.
Wow. But they having multiple classes. Like when I went there, it was 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. There was no like staggered class.
No, it was like Sunday to half day Wednesday and then half day Saturday.
just want to tilt your head up, 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 up. Okay, guys, I don't know if you can kind of see what's happening here. You know, I have all that mid-shaft stuff that I was lightening before, and then I kind of went back into the root area. So I just like to take my tail comb and squeegee some of that lightener off to really expose what it is I'm working with. Some lighteners have like, you know, a bluish tint to it that can sometimes confuse us. It's like, oh yeah, it's white, perfect. I'm going to wash it off. And then you're left with the underlying pigment of a level 8. And that's the worst. Because like level 8, the difference between level 8 and level 9, in my opinion, is like quite great. You know what I mean? And the difference between like 7 and 9 is almost like, it's almost better to just be level 7 than it is to be a level 8. And then you have to try even harder to get to a level 9 or a level 10, right? So I would let this continue to go for a little more. I would say that I'm just past the underlying pigment of around an 8, and I would like it to get to a 9, 10 if possible. With again, out compromising the health of our hair, even though I've used every tool I can to minimize damage, etc., and dehydration. But like I said, we're not magic, and lightener is lightener, and it will do what it does if it touches something it's not supposed to. This we know already. But like I said, all we can do is try our best, right? Any questions before we take like a small break and let this process? Anything at all, hair, non-hair related? Yeah, okay, great.
Okay, it doesn't have to do with this. Just out of curiosity, if you get a complaint, how do you deal with it as an independent stylist?
See ya. No, just kidding. Yeah, peace. Yeah, do you know what? I've always tried to create like open conversation no matter how anyone feels about it, right? I would way rather have my guests walk through the door and tell me that they didn't like something or they weren't happy than go somewhere else, right? Because that's always way worse. If it was something that I could have fixed right then and there, I want to give them the opportunity to tell me so that I can address it. If it's something that it's like too much time has passed and it was something that I clearly could have done better at, or I made a mistake, I communicate that I can own up to it, and then find out what path is going to make them feel better about the mistake or the issue at hand. And I always leave it up to them. I always ask, I'm like, okay, like, thank you so much for sharing. I can do this, this, and this. How do you see us fixing this situation? What do you think is going to make you happy today? And they're gonna say, I want my money back. Or, I don't know, why don't you tell me what a few situations are and we can agree on it together? Or, I can recommend you to someone that I think you're gonna be really happy with, right? Always having a plan to address what they're bringing to the table, right? And sometimes they're gonna have the plan for you. They're gonna want to know what it is that they think they want. Only a handful of times have I ever chosen to refund somebody. And it wasn't ever based on because something that I did wrong. It was because I didn't think that I was going to be able to successfully manage my clients' expectations. So to wash myself of it, I give them their money back and I say thank you. But 90% of the time, there is a positive outcome that you can both agree on and make them feel like they've been, one, heard, and two, that there's a plan in place, and then three, they are leaving feeling all of those things, right? Yeah. But I never ever let like someone's being confronting, or if they're unhappy with something or they want to express discomfort in some way, I don't ever make them feel like they can't. I want them to feel like they can, always, all the time, because that comes back to client and customer experience and making sure that they feel something, and that something should, feel warm and positive and friendly and honest and with a level of integrity as well, right? Yeah, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, great. Anyone else want to hit me with something?
Most of the time when I do global lighting service, I will put a plastic cap on it
Yeah.
after.
Yeah.
Do you do that?
Yeah, I definitely do that sometimes for sure.
Not using foil, like when it's just like a regular.
Like this with maybe some cotton or something, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would too. That's what I would do, yeah. The plastic wrap, what that does is it prevents drying and helps with incubation. The fact that I have put oil, I put about 15 drops of oil in my lightener to help with the drying out process. I've also put oil on her scalp as well to prevent any kind of irritation, and I'm using foil. So there's a lot of things that are going to help incubate her hair. As I can see now, just looking on the stuff that I put at the very top, remember heat comes out from the very top of our head, and I can already tell that it's processing quite nicely. So I don't necessarily need to use plastic in this case. Also, I feel that the environmental temperature in here is warm enough that I don't need any more incubation. If the door was open and I was sitting at that station, or if the AC was right above me, and that lowers the room temperature in your specific little cubicle, for sure. Plastic, whatever, more foiling around the whole head, etc. Yeah.
Regarding the oil in the lightener,
Oh, in the lightener, yeah.
I've never done that before. Does it slow down the process?
No, no. It just prevents it from drying out. Yeah.
And just how, like, on average, how long would you leave a scalp bleach sit? As long as it needs?
How long would I leave it sit? Yeah, like as long as, like, okay, so when it's done and I don't need it to lift anymore, I'll take it off. But in some cases, it just stops working, right? There's only so much oxidization that it can do in the bowl. I mean, it will still create dehydration, even though the oxidization level has gone down completely. So I just like start to play around with the hair. Like I'll like pull on it a little bit to make sure that there's no like crazy stretching happening. As soon as the hair starts to stretch on you, it's starting to lose its integrity and those bonds are breaking down. And then when we get this situation wet, water also makes our hair a little bit more weaker. So all of those things kind of play in my mind on when I should be washing it off. Like the back is like super close, so I'm pretty close to washing that off. But
What I mean here, because part parting is so stubborn, like we actually start at the front now because it just doesn't live.
right, yeah.
So it's like, then you get to the back when the back is not done, or else it's like leave it on for an hour and like 10 and I was like, my hair is gonna fall off.
Yeah.
It's like, at that case, it's like, you bump, like, because we're doing 30 at the moment, it's like, do we bump it again? But it's like, or else do we just go back in with 20 volt and leave it sit for an hour and a half?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that there's this old school of thought around coming into our service with really dirty hair for a global lightening service. Now, I'm not going to say have your clients wash them before they come in here, like the day they come in here or even the night before, because that scratching and scrubbing can open up the pores and create even further irritation. However, if the hair is 3 days dirty, 4 days dirty, or just they produce a lot of oil on their scalp, this stuff has to eat through all of that product and oil buildup before it actually gets to the cuticle. And by the time it's done that, it is no longer as strong as it was when you applied, right? So in your case, I'd like you to actually experiment. Wash your hair the day before, and then do the application after you've toweled, after a damp, like go to the sink, get it wet, maybe condition the end so it's easy to separate, towel dry, and apply your application to toweled damp hair. Now, why? Why? What do we know about hydrogen peroxide? Hydrogen peroxide is H2O2. Water is H2O. So all we're missing is one extra molecule of oxygen. And like I said, the amount of water that your roots are holding onto versus the amount of water your previously porous light ends are holding onto are going to be very different. So the water at the root isn't going to dilute what's in your bowl by very much. Maybe a little bit, but like not by lots. So with like a damp application, you're going to be able to like get lightener in there kind of everywhere. It's going to, you're going to get really nice creamy saturation. Excuse me, I just spit everywhere. I'm going to stand over here. And you might notice that your application timing is a little faster as well, because you're not having to like you know, when you're sectioning out, you get down here and it's like all knotted together, right? So if you're doing it on wet, you're sectioning, you're pre-combing everything out really nicely, and then you can tackle your application in that way. And you might notice that you don't have to do a second application, or if you do, you just have to do it all over again, just rinse it all out and do another application in the same way.
I find when you wet the hair down and then bleach it, when you go back to the chair, like, it lowers the body temperature so much when you have wet hair, and it also like doesn't keep the bleach like warm. So it is kind of, I do it sometimes if I'm already at a client that's like a level 8.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I'm just bumping you
right?
But I do find that it's colder to the touch, so I find it slows down and doesn't actually work as well.
Yeah, so I hear you when what you're saying, but like, so we'll get your head wet, warm water, condition the ends, towel dry, section everything off, and yeah, you might, that water is starting to evaporate, that evaporation creates a little bit of a cooling effect. But as soon as we put lightener on there, we're now trapping in body heat. And when we're using cotton or maybe a barrier between every second or third section, you're still going to trap body heat. So the cooling aspect of the hair evaporating or the water evaporating isn't going to last that long. But what we know of water, the pH of water is what? Right? And we need the cuticle to open up. So when we add water to hair, the cuticle starts to swell slightly. So water is already helping our cause, right? And now we're putting our lightener in there, which is going to open up the cuticle even more. So if the pH balance of virgin hair is at a level 4, we've now added water. So between 4 and 7 is around a 5. We know our lightener is a pH of like 11. Water is actually helping us get the job done. Yeah. And if you ever have, if you scroll even further down my Instagram, I did a project where I had a client who had like naturally like level 8 hair, and then they wanted to be like this burgundy red everywhere. I'm like, great, we'll do this, but this is a forever thing. Like, I'm not going to relighten your hair once you just like in a short amount of time when you decide you're over being a redhead. She's an actress, and I should have known. Literally 2 months later, she's like, I actually have to go back to my natural hair color. I was like, do you know how much work that's gonna take? How damaging it's gonna be to your hair? And like, I don't have any time to do this before your next headshot that you desperately need. So in my head, I was like, how can I be more efficient at this service, save the client's hair, spend less time doing it, making sure it's not like overly expensive, and try at least to get something that isn't red anymore, right? So I did the entire application on wet hair. So I was able to apply my lightener like on the wet towel dried hair quite efficiently, because water is also going to help emulsify that product so that you get a nice, consistent, creamy coverage, right? And that application, that consistency in your coverage is going to make sure that you get like a nice, even lift out of that situation. And I was able to take someone who had, like, who's got really long hair. That length of hair from a levels 4 red to a level like beigey 8 in 4 hours, in one sitting. And her hair felt great, and she's got really curly hair, her curls were intact, and I swear it's because I did it on wet hair, not on dry hair. If I had done it on dry hair, I would have had to spend more time pushing that product into the hair, making sure that I get a consistent application and that I'm getting full coverage and it's fully saturated. And that takes time. It takes up more time, right? And the intention behind that particular service is, how can I do this with minimal damage in the least amount of time? Yeah. So water definitely can help you, for sure. I would definitely give it a go. If you're afraid, which of course we all start from somewhere fearful, if you're afraid about trying to do a service on wet hair, do like a gray coverage application on wet hair.
That's even scarier.
Because this is what, like, when that client comes in for their gray coverage application, they're coming in with 3-4 days dirty hair, right? Would you say most of the time that your client's coming in with like the most amount of dirty hair because they know they're going to the hairstylist? And then you wash it all off, and then sometimes in some areas that application looks more translucent and not opaque. That's because their hair was quite dirty, right? Manufacturers now, like all of them say to apply to clean hair, right? So if they're coming in with super dirty hair, you can no longer guarantee the color, right? And that's our job. So do a gentle shampoo to get all that product and dry shampoo and oil buildup off of their hair, and then just go towel dry it, and then go and put your application or your formula right in on that scalp. Same everything, yeah. 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 Because what do we know what hair does? Think of think of water as a chemical. What is that chemical doing to the hair for us already? It's opening up the cuticle. It's giving us a clean slate to work with so that we're not having to eat through or break down product and oil buildup. And then you're going to get a really consistent, saturated application because that water is going to help emulsify the product through the hair.
A lot of clients now use like root sprays and stuff in between, right?
Yeah.
And they come in and they're like, I tried to get it out, and you're like, well, it's still there.
Yeah, exactly right. I have a client who I've educated her on this and she still comes in with dirty, greasy hair and it's so greasy that I have to communicate with her and consult and say, I have to wash your hair, and it's going to take up another about half an hour of today's service, which means I have to add more time to your bill at the end of today. And they're like, okay. So hopefully next time when you come in, you've washed your hair the night before so that maybe I don't have to do a gentle shampoo. I might still spritz her roots down because what I know of water as a chemical, what it does to the hair for us, right? Yeah.
Spray bottles everywhere.
Exactly. Any questions before we just take a break? Okay, great. I am going to do some washing out here. We'll take a break, and I would say, how long, guys? How long should we take a break for? How long do you guys want to break for?
Well, enough time to go get food and come back.
That's great.
Yeah.
Is that 15 minutes?
We have 1 hour before clients show up.
Oh, we have 1 hour before client. Okay, so let's take do you know what? Okay, so when it comes to this particular application, is there any questions that you guys have about this application? Because I would guess going from this position here, you all know how to apply toners and what toners do for us, etc. I'll walk through it all, and then I'll decide and I'll tell you what I've used. But up to this point here, would you say that you got the most out of our application and what you were wanting to learn today? Okay, great. So that's cool. If we have 1 hour before guests come, and I'm not quite finished at that 1 hour, we're good to stop anyway because at that point we all know hair. I don't need to style it for you. Today was just about our global lightning application. Right. Okay, so let's take a 10, 15er, and then we'll come back.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
This is my first. We are live back at Artel. Okay, so I have now rinsed off all of my lightener, and I've done an Olaplex #2 treatment just to finish off that second step with my Olaplex. And as you can see, as I am starting to brush everything out, I can tell that there was very little breakage, so that means we were really great at controlling our overlap, and anything that was overlapped, I immediately hit with a color locking or color safe conditioner, or if your color line has a color post color treatment, you just put that right on. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but when I put the post color treatment on the lightener, it congeals. So it like encapsulates all of the lightener and turns it into like, it's not very pretty. It doesn't feel very nice, but it definitely does what it is supposed to do. And so now as I brush through, it's another opportunity just to kind of go through, have a look. I'm always constantly talking and communicating with my guests. How does your scalp feel? Am I being too aggressive? Does this hurt? Could the water be a little cooler? You know, just always trying to make sure that I'm taking care of them, through the duration of the whole service, because not only do I want her to leave looking like we discussed she was going to leave with, but I want her to feel like she's been taken care of as well. Okay, so I'm almost brushed out here. In my head, as I start to do this, I start to think about all of the bazillion possibilities of color I can go from here, right? So to determine what level is our underlying pigment, and it's a 9. Okay, let's have a look. With this guy. Something that shows us what our underlying pigment is. Now, I've been working with Wella for quite some time, and I would say that what this swatch is showing for underlying pigment is like slightly darker than it actually is. Would you guys maybe agree?
Yes,
right?
totally.
Okay, so let's just say, like, I'm not gonna say anything negative about Schwarzkopf. They're amazing, they've been around forever, so they obviously are doing something right. But if I would say that my underlying pigment, like I would say that's like around an 8, 9, really, right? Yeah. And then I don't know if you guys all see on the TikTok, black and white, right? I've yet to try it. I don't know who has a phone that can quickly do this for us, just to see if there's value in it, and it's not just a social media. Yeah.
Do you want me to take a picture of it?
Yeah, let's have a look. So, okay, so it's showing us like 8, 9, or 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10.
Oh, cool.
Which is super helpful because not everyone perceives color the same way, right? So when we can turn off the color and just determine the level, I think is a really great, helpful tool. Okay, so when I'm thinking about the toners and the color that I want to put back into the hair, obviously our underlying pigment is going to play a huge role in that, whether I want to work with the underlying pigment or have to neutralize it or cover it up completely. I would prefer to stay on the lighter, brighter side of things. I think when we start to tone down or neutralize too much with like cools and ashies and violets and blues, you tend to lose like the bright, the pop that you get from a global lightening service or an all-over session of highlights or whatever that service looks like to you. So I want to kind of work with the warmth a little bit. I mean, it is a little on the warmer side. For me personally, I know that when I dry this, it won't look so warm, but I'm going to work with it. So we've now determined that we're working with the levels 9, 10. So I'm going to create a toner at a level 9 with like a little bit of 8 in there, just to make sure that I'm completely blended from what's happening in the roots to what's going to happen into her ends. And as I see like some of this hair that is drying back here, that little middle shaft area is like a really beautiful color. So I kind of want to blend all of that together. So I'm going to use a level 9 natural gold with a mixture of 9 natural ash. So I'm going to mix 2/3 of the gold to 1/3 of the ash with like a squirt of 80 natural. And that's going to be my toner for today. So I'm just going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to go mix that up, and I'll be right back.
It's like a cooking show.
Again, with every application, making sure that you have like whatever tools that you need, whether it's 2 brushes, a brush with a comb, a color comb, your tail comb, your clips, extra towels, gloves, whatever it is. The last thing you want to be doing once you've mixed what you've mixed is to be running around because that takes up time. And once that is mixed, there is a chemical reaction already taking place. Now, when I do my applications, toners, etc., I kind of go back to like what a root tap or a root smudge would look like, and I apply that in vertical sections, not horizontal sections, thinking about like that beach ball effect, and you just wanting to touch the root. If I did it horizontal and I'm constantly having to throw hair in a different direction to get it out of my way, the potential of whatever is in this bowl on her root, could get onto her ends and her midshaft, and therefore defeats the purpose of it being like a shadow root or a drop root or a root smudge or whatever the kids are calling it these days.
Are you doing root stuff?
No.
Color touch?
It is, yes. This is my semi-permanent color touch. I use 30 grams of 903, 15 grams of 901 and 15 grams of 8O.
Do you ever do alumina on scalp?
I do, but alumina is a permanent color. So if I mix alumina, I will generally mix it beforehand, let the oxidization happen so that it starts to eat through some of that ammonia, because what happens on a fresh scalp after a lightening service is it can be quite of an irritant.
I've had one of those before.
Me too. Your eyes water? You're like, it's
And like
okay,
we use 30 ml for my hair too, so it's like a 30 ml scalp and then a permanent toner.
Yeah.
I used to use Sunstick and Love Luo, which was $25.
So again, when it comes to your application, being as clean and as neat as you can possibly go, because again, it all comes back to that client experience. The cleaner you are, the more organized you are, the more confidence they're going to have in you, and that just kind of carries forward through the rest and how you walk through the salon life, really. How's your scalp feeling?
Feeling good.
Okay, that combing on your scalp isn't bothersome?
No.
Okay, great. Again, when applying toners, colors, you kind of want to be as efficient and as fast as you can, making sure that you're getting saturation, full coverage, and that you're kind of combing that through as you work. Going to get some of this out of my way. Are we about to take off? Oh, I thought it was the AC, and I was like, yes. No, we're going to be done shortly, so you guys can sweat in your own work environment. I'm going to go back to Fraser Street and work in an icebox, because that's how I like to work. Which never happens, because everyone's turning on the heat.
That's like my life here.
We have one person for the salon.
At my old salon, they put a lock around it. So it was always the same temperature, 22 degrees. Whether it was summer or winter, it was central air, so it was like there wasn't no air conditioning, it just regulated the temperature that way.
Yeah, we don't have air conditioning and fix that.
You what?
We don't have air conditioning and fix that.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
But like to put AC in, they're like minimum 50 grand.
Yeah.
50?
That's ridiculous. You guys are off to work? Okay, well, thank you so much for taking your time today to come and hang out with me.
I'll upload after photos, but I think you guys can get them.
I'm really enjoying myself. Like, I love this stuff so much. And I love when you guys ask questions and want to know more. So I am always here for you. If there's anything I can help with in and out of the salon pertaining mostly to hair, I'll help you.
Yeah, I feel like I learned so much. It was very nice.
Yeah, I don't really like when I have to pull the lightning back.
Yeah.
I have one question. So
Yeah.
she is already warm on her root.
Yeah.
You're adding more warmth into her root.
Yep.
Even though her her root band is cool, well, cooling.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up, so I would say that her root band is around like a level 10, and I'm using like 9.8. So I'm just gonna comb right over it, and it will all blend together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know how like, so if I seen that base, then I would be like, okay, I need, even to neutralize it to like just a flat 9, I would be like 901.
Yeah,
Already less of the 903.
totally. And that is because for whatever reason, we live in a world where ashy is like the way to go.
Yeah, I know.
And that's not always the case. However, there is a difference between like the raw underlying golden that you see and gold, right? If you know, you can work with it. But I've used 903 and 901. So 3 is gold, 1 is blue. What happens when you mix blue and gold together? You get a level of green, right? Green is going to neutralize mostly red, but sometimes unwanted warmth as well. So I'm doing a little trick where it's like going to be golden, there's going to be this hue of warmth to it, but I'm also neutralizing some of that unwanted underlying pigment at the same time.
You need that warmth for
For
showing
it to
it's
look
bright.
Yeah.
Exactly. Gray is not bright. Gold can be bright. Any questions, concerns? What about the online peeps? Anything in the peanut gallery over there, Rob?
Let me see. I think for our live stream, people have come and gone a couple times
Everyone has gone to work already.
at the moment.
I mean, 8:30. That wasn't my choice, just so you know. It was hers.
Right. Yeah.
It's totally fine. I was up at 5 a.m. today.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I'm up
See, I'm not
really
up
early.
yet. My partner was taking a flight this morning, so I was woken up when we finished.
So again, just making sure you kind of combing through all of that color. Again, on someone who's just had a global lightning service, you want to be like as gentle as you can. Some people do experience, you know, even with as much as we can do by eliminating the irritation, they'll still have some level of discomfort. Beauty is pain. It's also just painful.
Would you leave that sit before we put on would you give it like a hit first?
No, not really, because that mid shaft area, which was a tiny bit lighter than the root area, the gold in my formula is going to help kind of fill that, and I do want it to fill in a little bit. I won't comb it right down to the ends because her ends are porous than everything else, and it will absorb and oxidize the ashiness in my formula first, and potentially make it look darker than I want it to. So I'll generally just go to that mid shaft area. I would say that I've now been applying this product for about 7, 8 minutes, and it has another 8-ish minutes to go. All right, reprocess. After I rinse this out, actually, we do have the time. Oh, okay, so we won't actually have time. for me to blow dry it and just to show you, just because we all have to go to work now, and I have to move.
I'm free for 45 minutes, so you could blow dry there if you still want.
Okay, great, yeah. Yeah, so I'm just gonna let this process. This has got some time here. I'm gonna clean up all my stuff and prepare for that. Hope it works.
Do you want any help cleaning up?
Yeah, that would be so great, actually. All of myself, and I hope, did you guys get what you wanted out of it? Yeah, okay, great. And do you want more education in the future? Sweet. Then I can't wait to hang out with you guys some more.
Thank you, just like thank you too, and then just be like, we're gonna put up the after photos.
Perfect. Thank you, you two. That's so great for your attendance. After I've styled her hair, we're going to have before and after photos that you're going to be able to see. And thank you so much. And I look forward to hanging out with you again. Yay.